I will do, just loading on YouTube. Sorry.
Oh, you guys can figure the echo out back in the chamber.
Barb, is there any way for your microphone? You sound a long, long way away.
Do I? Okay, so hang on.
That's
Oh,
because
you know-
she's in
So
Tennessee.
because I had the sound way down. Is that better?
Not really. I think it's just your headset you're using. I don't know.
I'm not having a problem.
Is that better? Can you hear me? Okay. Sometimes my computer goes off, so I'll keep that in reverse. So when you hear the train go by here, that's what it is.
We're on live.
We're live? Okay, okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our last planning committee meeting for this council. I'm going to call a meeting to order at 9 a.m. I do confirm that we have quorum here, and I believe we have all of our counselors except perhaps, no, we have all of our counselors here and senior staff. So planning at muskokalakes.ca was our email address. All of those emails that came in have been distributed to the committee members. And by participating in today's meeting, it's being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. There is no supplemental agenda today. And now I'm going to ask if there's any pecuniary interest from any of our committee members. No? All right. Well, then I believe we will start with our public meetings. And the first one, Mr. Soya, I think you're up, and it is Hickey. Welcome, Mr. Soya.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Good morning, members of the committee and members of the public. The first applications to be heard this morning are severance application B2422 ML and concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2422 in the name of Hickey. An initial public meeting was held at the September 15th Planning Committee meeting, but due to a technical error with the public circulation, the application was required to be circulated a second time, and therefore we are holding a second public meeting today. I would direct committee's attention to the consent sketch on page 23 of today's agenda package. And the purpose and effect of the applications is to divide the subject lands into 3 vacant lots, those being 1 severed lot and 2 retained lots, and to provide an exemption from the minimum lot frontage requirements for retained lot number 1. The proposed severed lot and the 2 retained lots are currently vacant. No development is proposed at this time, but the property is zoned for waterfront residential backlot development. When the waterfront residential backlot zone, new lots are required to have a minimum lot area of 5 acres and a minimum lot frontage of 660 feet on a year-round publicly maintained road. In this case, retained lot 1 has a straight line frontage of 530 feet on the year-round maintained portion of Woodruff Road, and therefore an exemption to the minimum lot frontage requirement has been requested. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 22 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 13 submissions have been received to date. The District of Muskoka, the Township's Development Services Division, the Township's Emergency Services Department, and Hydro One have all submitted comments advising they have no concerns. The Township's Public Works Department has advised that conditions of consent should require confirmation by the Public Works Department of the availability of an entrance permit for each of the 3 lots off of the year-round maintained portion of Woodruff Road. At the initial public meeting, or prior to that meeting, 3 public comments were received. They were in opposition, and they were received from Janet Belknap, whose address was not indicated, but her address states that she was the previous owner of the subject lands. Also from Penny Middleton from 1154 Woodruff Road, and from Paul and Hilda Bates from 1144 Woodruff Road. Supplemental submissions in opposition have recently been submitted from Paul Bates, again from 1144 Woodruff Road, and from Penny Middleton from 1154 Woodruff Road. And 2 submissions have been received in opposition from Beverly Woodruff from 1138 Woodruff Road, Unit 3, and who is also an owner of 2 other lots across the road from the subject lands. And also from Byron and Elizabeth Wilford from 1170 Woodruff Road have submitted a letter in opposition to the application. So in summary, the main issues raised are related to traffic increases along Woodruff Road, a concern about setting a precedent to permit lots with smaller frontages along Woodruff Road, a concern about the history of development rights on these subject lands. It was noted in several letters that it was an understanding of neighbors that residential development was not permitted on these lands, and the timing and process in which the permitted uses changed has been questioned. I would just note that staff have looked at the zoning, and it appears that these lands have been zoned for backlot development for over 30 years. Other concerns raised were overdevelopment and environmental impacts as that development of these lands would have. Has been noted in submissions that additional wetlands exist on the property, which have not been identified in the environmental assessment that has been completed, and that there have been sightings of species at risk on the property. That concludes the public comments. I'd be happy to read any letters in full. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and I've recommended approval of the applications subject to conditions of consent and 2 minor amendments to the proposed bylaw. If committee is considering approval of the consent application, staff have recommended the following conditions. Number 1, that a registral description of the severed lot and any rights of way be submitted to the secretary treasurer, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lots or the entire lands, whichever is less. That confirmation be received that an entrance permit is available from the township's public works department for an entrance to the severed lot and to each of the retained lots from the year-round maintained portion of Woodruff Road, and that development on the proposed severed lot and retained lots be made subject to site plan control to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental report and the addendum to the environmental report, both prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited, and that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to provide the requested exemption from the minimum lot frontage requirement for retained lot number 1, and to identify an appropriate development envelope on retained lot number 2. Staff have recommended 2 minor amendments to the proposed bylaw. Number 1, that a minor amendment to the bylaw be approved to update the bylaw with a revised consent sketch incorporated as a schedule. This is required given that the lot boundary between retained lot number 2 and the severed lot was recently revised based on the recommendations of the Scope Environmental Report. And number 2, that a minor amendment be approved to restrict buildings and structures on retained lot number 2 to a development envelope identified that was also identified through the environmental assessment that was completed. I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Fauner, welcome.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Chair Bridgman, members of committee on this rather wet morning. But anyways, it's Steve Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here representing Sean Hickey, who is the applicant in this particular case and owns the backlot property on Woodruff Road. I'd like to thank staff for their positive staff report on this one, and certainly their guidance with this, especially requirement for the environmental report for the south lot in particular. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully this time it works. and we're not caught in a snowstorm like last time. So I would just ask that my presentation be put up, and that would be great. Thank you. We can proceed on to the next slide, please. So the lot sizes here, I won't go through the particulars, but they are large lot sizes. The northerly one has 530 feet on the year-round publicly maintained road. I could have couched the zoning bylaw exemption a little bit differently, and maybe it would have been a little more palatable, I don't know. Would have been to change the definition of frontage and included the whole frontage of that lot on the township road, which would have been about 1,700 feet. I do think the year-round maintained portion is the important part, but we could have applied for it differently and made it appear a little more palatable. Next. This is the original severance sketch. Next. And this is the revised, and it's just a jog in the line for retained lot number 2 to move it up a little further to the north. And this is as a result of the Beacon Environmental Report and their recommendations. Next. This is the northerly lot. We'll start with the north lot. This is near the northerly furthest extent of the lot. Next. And this is further along the road to the southeast, and this shows certainly a heavily wooded property, mostly deciduous forest. Next. And this is taken from the plow turnaround looking along the road, the 1,200 feet of frontage that we did not include in the definition of frontage. It's actually still a good road and apparently is maintained locally year-round. Next. And this is at the turnaround itself. Again, looking into the subject lands, the northerly lot, there is a slight rise. It's hard to see in the photo, but it does slightly rise as you go further into the lot. Next. And this is the proposed severed lot. This is near the north boundary. Next. And this again is another one. I'm showing lots of forested properties here, lots of bush. Next. And this is just the road looking north at this particular point in front of the proposed severed lot. Next. This is on the retained lot. This is the northern edge of it, and this is the area that's outside of any wetland areas. You can see how it does slope to the left or to the south. Next. This is also in that northern portion of the property. Again, you can see it sloping slightly to the left or to the south, and the wetland areas are further to the south. Next. This is an example of one of the wetland areas that is within retained lot 2. Next. And this, if you look in behind the tree cover in the foreground, you'll see that there is some wetland area in the south. This is the furthest south point of that particular lot. Next. So again, the official plan does permit backlots to be developed and be created, and frontage must be on a publicly maintained road. Next. Site suitability, the properties are suitable for development. There was a scoped environmental study for the south lot, and we've done a supplementary one for the north land, or the north lot, excuse me. Next. And again, we've applied for it as frontage on year-round publicly maintained road. We could have applied for it a little bit differently. However, and there's also an exemption for the building lot in the south lot. Next. I won't go through all the issues that were brought up at the initial meeting. I believe that you have a copy of my responses. I do want to note and concur with Mr. Soya that the existing zoning for WR2 has been in place for, it's been about 34 years now, so it's been there a considerable length of time. I'll also skip down to the point being made that the lot frontages can be met, and yes, they can be. We could shuffle lines, however, that would impact the southerly lot. As well, we could have, as I say, defined the northerly lot frontage as the entire frontage, which would have been 1,700 feet. We could have done it that way. Next. And there's been a further evaluation of the north lot. No wetlands found. However, there are moist forested areas. Blanding's turtle habitat was not present, but I'd like to point out that in speaking again with Mr. Nairn, They may traverse the property. That's not unusual. Blanding's turtles are very transient, and that's the same with Massasauga rattlesnakes as well. The habitat may not be there, but it doesn't mean they don't use the property in any way. Next. So this is the latest map, and it adds the green areas at the top, which are moist forest areas, and it has identified other wet areas on the property. Next. So in conclusion, it's my opinion we're consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforming to the official plans. And those are my reasons there. They are large lots. We've had a proper environmental investigation done and concluded that the lots can be developed upon. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fauner. I see Mr. Hickey is here. Does he wish to speak?
I'm not sure. I believe he's here mostly to answer questions. Thank you.
Yep, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hickey. All right, now we are going to ask if there is anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this. And I know, Alex, we have a number of people, so maybe we can bring them all in at one time. And then after they speak, we can move them out again, just for efficiency. And we'll see. So do we have Miss Belknap here? Here, oh, Miss Middleton, welcome.
Good morning. Would you like me to speak now?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Please just remember your address, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bridgman, Mayor Harding, and councillors. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Penny Middleton, and I live at 1154 Woodruff Road, Mactier, Ontario, POC1HO. I am strongly opposed to this application for two reasons. When closely examining the updated severance recently mailed to me October 13th, it is very clear that there is enough frontage for 3 lots without a severance. I have submitted some sketches. So sketch number 1 shows that if the measurements are correct on the sketch, and they're taken from the approximate end of the year-round road maintenance, which stated is not verified by a survey, to the boundary of retained lot 2, the frontage equals approximately 2,419 feet. And when divided by 3, does equal the possible frontage for 3 lots of 807 feet, clearly enough to abide by the laws. Why again does this area need to be severed? I just want to make note that I did not include the measurements from the turnaround to the end of Woodruff Road, and that's an additional approximate 956 feet. Many adjoining property owners are very concerned, as I am, if this severed lot is accepted of 530 feet. It will set a precedent for the continuation of downsizing lots now in the foreseeable future. Based on the busyness of the planning department, there doesn't seem to be any end in sight of applications to embark up on the carving up of the backlot Muskoka property, which will end up looking like a Toronto suburb. I would like to note here that we were shocked, many of us residents here, seasonal and year round, that approximately in 1990's official plan was when the back lots were redesignated as residential. Several of us looked at our Muskoka file records and could find no correspondence regarding this critical change that I can only assume will affect, and probably already has, hundreds of thousands of acres in Muskoka. This brings me to my second reason for opposing this severance. I'd like to provide further information to support the overall environmental concern that we have regards to the endangered and species at risk. I, naturalist, is a global gateway that shares species of flora and fauna in Canada and around the world. Contributions are shared with the world scientific community. It's supported by the Canadian Wildlife Federation and Environmental Canada. And in sketch 2, you see a very quick snapshot of some of the species that have already been identified in this area. I shared in my September opposition memo that the biodiversity of these backlots contain a wealth of plants, trees, mammals, reptiles, and birds that could be catastrophically affected by any building of any sort. The Beacon environmentalist states that there is no habitat that could sustain Blanding's turtle or any other endangered species at risk. This doesn't fit the observations of the residents and seasonal residents that live on Woodruff Road. Some of us have been here with our families for over 60 years and have traversed this back lot almost daily. We can attest, I can attest, seeing the sightings of Blanding turtles, other species of risk, and the Massasauga rattler. We want to see these species continue and thrive. The next sketch also indicates a overlay of 1 kilometer grid sections that already indicates that these species have been identified. I've also included a final sketch, an additional picture that displays the wetland areas that have been omitted by the pictures. The northeast corner of retained lot 1 has a vast wetland basin that feeds a year-long stream that runs into Lake Joseph. The woodland pool runs down the west line of the rock outcrop, usually in the late winter, spring, and early summer. And it is that rock outcrop that we've seen the Massasauga rattler on several occasions. We've actually gone back to check it out, and no doubt over the years they've nested there. These wetlands need to be protected and to support the habitat that's there. Finally, I quoted a statement from an evaluation of an official plan policy related to the land use in Muskoka. This was completed in January 2021 by 2 Queen's University environmentalists. This severance and subsequently residential building will not ensure, and I quote, the protection and integrity of the landscape and natural environment, particularly wetland resources. In closing, it is evident we need to sustain the viability of Muskoka's environment areas in every way that we can. I hope my research and data has provided additional evidence to encourage all of us to not vote for this severance. And why would we not do this in order to preserve the natural beauty of Muskoka, all of which includes the plants, trees, and animals that live here? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. All right, do we have Janet Belknap here? It's on my list. Okay, then do I see Mr. Steele here? Well, then I'm going to go to Mr. Bates. Oh, wait, hang on. I have a Michelle with a hand up. I'm not sure who that is. If you could just identify yourself, please.
Good morning, Michelle Henke. I'm one of the co-owners of 1174 Woodruff Road.
I'm sorry, hang on. I'm sorry, what is your name?
Michelle Henke.
Well,
I've sent a letter to Mr. Soya this morning, representing my brother Michael Henke, and we are co-owners of 1174 Woodruff Road.
okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Good morning, Chair Bridgman, Mayor Harding, members of the Planning Committee. Lovely to see you again. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. And a thank you to Mr. Soya for mailing the application notification after the last meeting, which my brother and I were finally received. So upon reviewing the application and revised sketches, it appears there is more than adequate frontage to create 3 relatively equal-sized lots for future development without making changes to the bylaws to reduce the frontage to 530 feet of retained lot 1. We worry a decision to make that change will likely set a precedent for future requests to happen on Woodruff Road, as well as in Muskoka Lakes. While it's indicated that Sean and Helen Hickey have no plans for development at this time, the residents of Woodruff Road do not know what residential will be allowed if approved, or potential future development applications. Will we only have 1 residential dwelling per severed or retained lot be allowed, or will we see other smaller lots in the future, a subdivision, a cul-de-sac of cottages, more like an urban neighborhood? While these are designated waterfront backlots with no access to water, will the people who live, rent, visit, or maybe own these properties in the future be accessing the water through the Hickey property at 1166 Woodruff Road, or do seasonal residents, such as many of us, as well as year-round residents, worry about trespassing on their property to access Lake Joseph? We're also worried about the impact to the environment and preservation of the local habitat. In addition, the increased density will lead to more traffic on the roads, potential accidents, noise, as well as potential for overdevelopment. In the official plan section 3 of the vision statement from Muskoka Lakes, it's referred to quality of life for all citizens. We don't see how the change to the bylaw will possibly, and the creation of future backlots will provide that for all of us that call Muskoka Lakes home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bates, please go ahead and remember your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Paul Bates, 1144 Woodruff Road, RR1, Foots Bay, Ontario, POC 1HO. I've been a Muskoka resident for 70 years at this address. For those not familiar with our road, there are 6 roads to the lake off of Woodruff, 4 of which are adjacent to the parcel of land under discussion. My family and many others walk, bike, or snowshoe these same roads several times each week. There are presently over 53 waterfront homes on 5,300 feet of Woodruff Road, or 1 home every 100 feet. 80% of these homes have year-round access, and with an aging population demographic, demand for this access can only increase in the future. These homes contribute, on average, 80 motor vehicles, excluding ATVs and snowmobiles, to Woodruff Road traffic. Trades vehicles add to this. I feel 53 homes and 80+ motor vehicles should be the saturation point. The present proposal can only overdevelop this small area and incur serious safety issues with motor vehicle traffic. If tax revenue necessitates equal status with quality of life, backlot minimum frontage should be increased by 50% from 660 feet to 990 feet minimum in this area. This would still make backlots available on Woodruff while giving due consideration to residential density, traffic, and future expansion. 660 feet frontage is a minimum, making the requested 525 feet on lot number 1 regressive. Due to the already considerable number of waterfront residences on Woodruff Road, I believe a maximum of 3 new building sites in the parcel of land under discussion is sustainable. This can be accomplished with retained lot number 1, the severed lot, and retained lot number 2, having approximate sizes of 12.5, 11.5, and 10 acres respectively, with point-to-point distances of 990 feet, 990 feet, and 1,068 feet respectively. This would allow 1 residence each on the severed lot and the retained lot number 2, and 1 on retained lot number 1 in the future should the year-round road be extended to the end of Woodruff. I know no other road to the lake of only 5,300 feet in length that already has over 50 residences on it. No variance would be required in this case of retained lot number 1, and retained lot number 2 would offer more environmentally suitable building sites. you can perhaps take a look at my lot frontage and acreage handout. As my pictures indicate, Woodruff Road, by bisecting the wetlands on retained lot number 2 and retained lot number 1, has already caused considerable environmental damage. I believe that in a small congested area, that my modification is responsible development suitable for both year-round and seasonal residents into the future. Note, my pictures depict wetland of ferns and cattails on both sides of Woodruff Road, viewing south from retained lot number 2. Then there's a steep hill where the severed lot takes place, and then finally retained lot number 1. Those are in perhaps 8 or 9 pictures that I've sent in. In addition to the above, as an alternative, I have suggested a covenant be placed on title of all 3 lots under discussion, so that no further development or severance be allowed other than that proposed in the Hickey application. Thank you very much for entertaining my concerns today.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. I believe we have a Michael Tamburo. Mr. Tamburo?
Hello.
Hi, would you, can you turn your video on?
How do we do that? Let me see.
I don't think you want to see me.
Okay, where is this?
I don't know how to do this. I have a flip phone still. Anyways, here I am.
There you go.
There you
Okay.
are. Okay,
Yes.
so please welcome and just your address before you address us, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm 1180 Woodruff, POH 1H0. And I also at 8126 Lake Joseph Road, which is the residential part that encounters the property number 1 to the west. So I've been listening to everybody. I totally agree on the one statement that we were never notified back in the old days that any of this development was going to be possible or even going on. Lot number 1 is really concerns me of changing your bylaw just to suit a development and creating havoc on that road. We are already having a hard time in our commercial part on the rentals due to the way that the industry is and with COVID and all that. Now, if we're going to put more properties and more people on that in construction, it is also going to hinder my business quite a, I would say, immensely. The traffic on that road would be more than what people are saying. They're going to be trying to come up there and then use everybody's property to get to the lake. That's what concerns me. And the wetland is not as was shown in the planning department, the planning detail. It is much more than that, just like it was mentioned before. There is water on that lot number 1. It is water that flows freely to the lake, and it will hinder the habitat as mentioned before. I don't see why we should change the rules because it's sensible, and then it's going to affect all the other properties on Lake Joseph as far as the frontage. The frontage should not be changed. It is what it is. We all have to live by certain rules, and hopefully, if anything goes ahead, it's a responsible one building in one piece of property on a properly maintained road, because right now I pay for that road to be maintained all the way to where the township stops, and just to get, and I pay for that just for the fire department, nothing else. So hopefully, if any development goes on, it is responsible, and it is only one dwelling per lot, and I think number 1 should be eliminated for any building whatsoever. That is my opinion, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have, Alex, do we have anybody else who wants to speak against this application? I'm not seeing anything here.
There is one more person.
One more, okay. Just a minute, Mr. Fawner. We'll get to you in a minute. I believe it's Mr. Wilford.
That's correct.
Welcome, Mr. Wilford. Can you turn your video on?
There we are.
Welcome, welcome. So please, just your address too, and you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mayor Harding, councillors. My name is Brian Wilfert. I have a Supreme Court challenge because everyone refers to me as Byron. It's actually B-R-Y-O-N. And I represent my wife, Elizabeth Wilfert, and her brother, Lawrence Sleeth. They are at 1170 Woodruff Road. This property has been owned by the family since at least 1960. One of the issues, and I won't repeat everything that has been already said, but one of the concerns obviously is notification process. We know that in order for the public to participate, it's absolutely critical that they are cognizant of any proposed changes that are being put forward by a municipal council. Clearly, the 1990 change to the official plan was not one that was notified by long-term residents in the area. If it was, obviously the reaction of residents today would not be what it is currently. One of the most important things under the Planning Act, of course, is when you're dealing with land is the issue of precedent. And we have heard today a number of times the issue of reducing the frontage. There seems to be no rational planning for the need to reduce, other than obviously to create more lots, which will create, of course, more development, which of course will create more traffic, et cetera, et cetera. That obviously is a concern. And I think we need to take a close look at that. The fact that we're having this meeting again, going back to notification, means that the one that was originally held in September, residents were not notified. And again, in order for the process to be open, transparent, and clear, notification must be there. And I think that's something that really needs to be looked at, because although the planner for the applicant has indicated that this has been around for 30 years, that really doesn't cut it when in fact people were not cognizant of it for the last few decades. Obviously, again, it's back to precedent. Is this in the public interest? I would argue, as many have, that this is not in the public interest. The applicant has the ability under the official plan, which apparently passed in 1990, to develop the lots. However, there is no rationale that we have seen that indicates, and nor did the planner for the Muskoka Lakes really put forward an argument as to why it should be reduced. So in our view, if council is going to be judicious in terms of its actions with regard to the severance, we would suggest respectfully that the lot frontage be maintained as currently presented in the official plan, and obviously no zoning bylaw amendment needs to be put forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilfert. Okay, I think that is the end of our speaking in opposition. So, Mr. Fauner, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not going to get into a back and forth. Just on the environmental matters, I do have an email from Jamie Nairn that I received this morning. However, it was 8:35. I don't intend to read it, but he certainly has comments on Ms. Middleton's submissions that, in fact, they're not entirely correct. So I'll just leave it at that. The other is a couple of other things to note. In terms of the zoning, I know there are questions as to what's permitted. The zoning bylaw is available on the township website for review. A dwelling is permitted on each of these lands. It does not permit commercial, for example. It does not permit multiple dwellings. It's one single dwelling per lot is permitted on these particular properties. I also heard too that there could be potentially a shuffling of lines. It seemed to me as though some people were okay with 3 lots as long as it was one dwelling per lot, and that is the case. The properties cannot be further divided under the official plan policies. The WR2 zone being in place for a long time, I know that someone may say, well, we didn't know about it. The fact of the matter is that it's there. It's there for 32 years. I've made a number of presentations to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and they certainly put a lot of weight on that. So I don't think that I'll add anything more to that. The proposal does conform to the official plans, and it is consistent with the provincial policy statement. So, and staff has also supported the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, committee, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just to kick this off, Ms. Middleton made a comment in her delegation that she has measured from the turnaround, the snowplow turnaround on the end of Woodruff Road, 950 feet to the end of the road. The survey of which that we have on whatever page this is, 23 of our agenda package, so shows 1,200 feet, but it does note that it's the approximate end. The fact is, if it is actually only 900 feet, 950 feet to the end of the road, then theoretically, this retained land 1 has 780 feet of frontage in round numbers and does qualify to be severed. So I'm wondering whether or not we want to have Mr. Hickey do an actual survey, or even our own township staff, to know where this turnaround is. Because if we're literally talking about another 20 feet of snowplow or whatever from a year round or whatever, then maybe there is no zoning bylaw amendment required. I mean, I've heard many people talk about, if the lot line moves, yes, you can have your 3 lots. So I'm getting that the 3 lots, if we move some lot lines, is appropriate. But I think, to me, where that turnaround really is and how much of the road is truly maintained year round is the real question that avoids this. So I don't know who can answer that or who can't answer that, or is this again, maybe Mr. Hickey would like to, Mr. Fauner, go out, get that information, then come back with maybe a different application.
Is that a question to them, Mayor Harding?
Well, certainly it is, or if someone can tell me that it really is 1,200 feet to the end, that seems to be the real question in mind at this point about what's allowed to be developed or not. So, Mr. Fauner, maybe you can help, and does a slight delay help you to verify where this turnaround is? Because the residents seem to think it's 950 feet to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, if that's information that you wish to glean, then certainly we would accept it as a condition of approval, that frontage be verified. In my opinion, I'm not sure that it matters that much, given the fact that there's so much frontage involved with that property. We're talking over 1,700 feet of frontage in total. Does it really make that much difference, quite frankly? I think in people's minds, they don't like the fact there's an exemption to lot frontage. I think, you can make arguments that frontage on the year-round publicly maintained road could be as low as 100 or 200 feet. And yet you still have, another couple thousand feet of frontage, for example, it's not maintained. You still can get access to the property. In this case, we've got a lot that's almost 18 acres in size. It's a huge piece of property. I'm not sure how critical that is, but we can certainly determine that, but I would suggest that be a condition of approval. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, just before Councillor Roberts, let Mr. Sharp come in here.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I'd just like to clarify a couple of points. You'll note in the draft bylaw that's in front of you today, we've actually lowballed the 530-foot frontage number for retained lot number 1 to 525 feet. If this gets approved, then the intent of that is just to provide a bit of wiggle room should that number be off by a little bit. And that we often do that as part of our approvals. But I would note, just for clarity going forward, that if it turns out through a survey, which will be required to be submitted if this application is to be approved, that frontage measurement is less than 525 feet, the lot wouldn't comply with the bylaw that council would have passed, and we wouldn't be able to proceed with finalizing the consent. So I just wanted to make that point. There are checks and balances in place to ensure that the retained lot number 1 will have at least 525 feet of frontage or more on the year-round maintained portion of the road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to someone on Woodward Road on the road maintenance. I'd like to talk to someone who is the road warrior down there. I have questions on the maintenance of that cottage road. I'll refer to it. Am I correct that part of that road is maintained by cottagers?
I believe, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Not well timed, excuse me. I believe that, and I'm trying to find him again, Mr. Who has his business and maintains the rest of the road for the fire department. And I've lost his name and I'm not sure.
Mr. Tambro.
Thank you, Mr. Tambro. If he is still here, could we bring him back in? There he is. Okay, let's just give him a minute to get in, Councillor Roberts, and then you can ask your question. Welcome back, Mr. Tambro. Councillor Roberts has some questions, I believe, directed to you. Go ahead, Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you. Just to give you a little background, I've maintained a cottage road been involved in maintaining for 30 years. So on this property, from all the total length of the property, in a percentage wise, how much is that road maintained by a road association or by yourself?
It's maintained strictly by myself, right from the turnaround, the existing turnaround where the township stops right to the end of the road. It's always maintained by me.
Okay, so is that 50% of the total length of the property? Is it 70%?
Gee.
Just a guess. I'm not gonna, just a net.
Which property you're talking about? All of the properties?
Okay, all three, I assume that all three properties either have a township road or a cottage maintained or a privately maintained road. I'm just.
Yeah, it's hard for me to guess at it. Probably I maintain, well, I guess you can go by the distance where the turnaround is to the end of the road. What is that on your planning? You should have some sort of measurement there. So take that and take a percentage of what that total footage is. I have not worked on that part for you. I'm just trying to pull some numbers out.
Okay, so it's a significant amount. That is,
it is. Yeah.
That's all I need. That covers. Let's go to. You don't have to exact.
I have it here. So if I take that, just for a second here.
That's okay. That's okay. The significant is a good net number. A good indicator for me. Okay, so I'm going to if I can ask staff a question now, Chair. Given that, thank you. Through to staff. And so this is it's on a public maintained road, the properties, but I'm looking at there's not a significant amount of public maintained road. I'm looking at we're creating backlots on a non-maintained public road. And my thoughts were that, or my understanding is that you can only create residential lots on publicly maintained roads. And you can only get an entrance permit in that case. Am I right or am I wrong?
Mr. Sharp, can we, and I believe this is just retained lot 1 that we are addressing, is it not?
Yeah, so maybe I can help clarify the road maintenance. I have the township's road maintenance document in front of me that describes all of the public roads in the township and their maintenance. I'm looking at Woodruff Road, and it's year-round. It's a public year-round maintained, municipally maintained road from Lake Joseph Road to 1144 Woodruff Road. From 1144 Woodruff Road to 1166 Woodruff Road, it's a public, seasonally municipally maintained.
Oh, one of those, okay.
And from 1166 Woodruff Road to the end of the road, which based on my review of our mapping is not a significant difference, there is no municipal maintenance. So the vast majority of the road is in fact public year-round municipally maintained. All of the proposed lots will have frontage on the public maintained portion of the road, and there will be opportunities to gain direct access onto those portions of the roadway. So I hope that helps provide some clarity. Thank you.
Follow up.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Okay, so it's similar to, it's a seasonally maintained road. That is not really in the Roads Act. It's just within Muskoka and other areas. So we maintain it. We'll do the grading and that, but when the snow falls, we stop at a certain point. We do not maintain it any further.
So, so just again, based on my understanding of our road listing, the vast majority of the road is public year-round municipally maintained. Each of the 3 lots will have direct access onto that portion of the roadway. Okay. There's only one portion of retained lot number 1 that doesn't have the necessary frontage onto a year-round municipally maintained road across its full extent, hence the exemption. The majority of retained lot number 1 fronts onto a year-round maintained public road. From 1144 to 1166, it's seasonally maintained by the township. From 1166 to the end of the road, there is no municipal maintenance. And again, based on my mapping, that portion is fairly insignificant. It's a small portion of the road that's not maintained.
Okay, thank you. That did clarify it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask, when we're taking the 5% for a severed lot, are we taking off 2 of those lots?
I'm going to ask Mr. Pink or Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you. So in this case, there is an existing lot today, in other words, the parent lot, and the proposal is to subdivide the lot to create 2 new vacant lots with the recognition that 1 lot already exists today. So the parkland would be based on 5% of the assessed value of each of the newly created vacant lots, or the entire lands, whichever is less. There's a calculation, a formula. The township's passed a bylaw with a policy stating how the calculation is undertaken, and staff follow that policy. So it would be based on the 2 lots. The short answer, it would be based on 2 lots. Thank you.
Okay, so what you're saying that even though it shows 2 retained lots, it's 2 separate lots on there.
In effect, what the proposal will do, it'll create 2 new vacant lots with the recognition.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was sort of trying to look it up, but I didn't. I think what I'm hearing is a concern about, for instance, what is going to be put on each lot. And I'm wondering if it would help to have an identified building envelope laid out, and then others' concerns may be, in fact, diminished quite a bit. So again, for instance, if it was to show that the new buildings were closer to the road as opposed to being, deeper into the property. Again, I don't know what it could or should look like, but I'm just wondering if that is a method of trying to alleviate people's concerns.
Okay, Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions. The first one is for Mr. Sharp. Am I correct in assuming that if all 3 lots had 660 feet of frontage on the municipally maintained road, we would not be discussing this today? It would not require a exemption. Is that correct?
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you. Essentially, that is correct. I would just note that all 3 lots would need frontage on a year-round public, year-round municipally maintained road. The only lot in this instance that doesn't have the necessary 660 feet of frontage is retained lot number 1, but it does have approximately 530 feet of frontage on the year-round maintained public road portion.
But it could have 1 million feet. It still doesn't have the 660 on the publicly maintained road. So my second question is for Mr. Fauner. And since there's so much frontage on a public maintained road, why is this application not give a retained lot number 1 660 feet of frontage on a public maintained road? I'm looking at the diagram. There's many ways of drawing the lot lines that would give it its 660 feet. You could take that straight line and move it. You could put it on an angle. You could do all sorts of things. And so why was this particular configuration selected? Because that seems to be the main objection that I hear. Thank you.
Mr. Fauner?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hickey may wish to add a few points here. I know that his desire, in fact, was to have more sort of 3 equally distributed properties. However, working from the south, where you have a retained lot that does have some constraints on it, we have had to expand that a little bit to the north to be able to have a large building area there. So, and then by the time you working from that and working north as well to get the acreage on the small one or the south one, because of the configuration, to come up with 5 or 6 acres, you end up pushing your line to the north. So with those 2 factors, then you come to your next lot and you apply 660 feet. Now it happens to be, it was shown as 676. Then that leaves you at a certain point when you get to the north lot that you're going to be short on frontage on the year-round publicly maintained road. However, given the size of the property, again, it's quite large, almost 18 acres, and 500 and some feet of frontage on a year-round publicly maintained road still gives more than ample location for an entrance. Public Works Department has been out and looked at this property. More than ample space. There have been applications in the past, and I guess because of my history, where there's been less frontage than this have been approved, although it's still within the overall intent of the density provisions in the official plan. And I know of one, in fact, on Ziska Road, happened to be coincidentally in the name of Woodruff, which was Jamie Woodruff, and it had literally about 10 feet on a publicly year-round maintained road, and there was an exemption that was granted that allowed that to be a building lot. So here we have, yes, we don't meet the 660, but 530 is still very significant, especially considering we have the amount of frontage we do have on the seasonally maintained road. So not sure if that totally satisfies your concern, but that was the rationale that was used.
So supplementary, yes, you've answered my question. In other words, in order to comply with the 650 because of the nature of the lots, you would only have been able to sever off 1 lot and have 2 rather than 3. So the reason you're asking for the exemption is to create the 3rd lot. At least that's my understanding of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Nishikawa, would you like to direct that comment to someone? Please go ahead.
Sorry, I should have been much more specific. I would say that my question about whether people would be satisfied if a building location was identified. So if that would be appropriate to ask for. So I would say to any of the people that were opposing the application, if they could comment, or in fact, if Mr. Fauner could comment on, because we have done this in the past where we've been more specific about where the building locations would be, and then people could envision, for instance, that their privacy was not going to be an issue and those types of things. So I was hoping that someone could pick this up and discuss it, not just dismiss it.
Got it. So could I suggest to those that were in opposition, I believe we have moved you back out of the meeting at this point. Could you raise your hand if you would like to come back in and answer Councillor Nishikawa's question, which was if building envelopes were put on these 3 properties, would that be helpful for you? So we'll just give it a minute to see. If it's helpful, please raise your hand and we'll bring you back in. So I'm not seeing any hands raised, Councillor Nishikawa. So perhaps I can go to, oh, here, I see Mr. Wilford is back in. So before I go to you, Mr. Fauner, let me have Mr. Wilford respond. Mr. Wilford. You're on mute, Mr. Wilford.
The importance of the building footprint obviously is critical in terms of its location on the site. And obviously issues with regard to square footage would have an impact, and I think that would be helpful. Again, it's the issue of whether or not we're talking about the original frontage as it currently is, or whether we're looking at a reduced frontage. Obviously, reduced frontage will have a greater impact in terms of the where it is located on the site. So I think it would be a helpful suggestion, and obviously residents can then take a look at it and comment afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, building envelopes can be identified for each of those properties. However, I would say that the north 2 lots, generally speaking, I'm not saying for every square inch, but generally speaking, there's very few sort of natural constraints in this particular case. And I'm not sure that the municipality wants to get involved in requiring building envelopes on every property where, there's really a lack of constraints. As I say, can be done. If it's a requirement, I would recommend that it be a condition of approval, and we can provide those. The downside to providing building envelopes is, for, I guess, the neighbors, if you will, to identify a building envelope that gives some flexibility still within that. You may be identifying a building envelope, for example, it could be 5 or 8, 10,000 square feet. All of a sudden people think, oh, that's the size of the dwelling. I think if you want to identify, we'll say for argument's sake, a 2,000 square foot building envelope, I think that's too restrictive, really. It doesn't give you flexibility, and you're stuck with that. So I just want to point out that yes, building envelopes can be identified, but I'm hoping that there's certainly going to be some leeway that allows them to be a size where there's some flexibility within that to site a building in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I do note that there is a proposed minor amendment that would identify a building envelope on retained lot number 2, which is the southernmost lot, which is the one that has some environmental issues potentially. And Beacon Environmental has identified a lot that could be an area that could be built on. So I think that's certainly part of it, which we see. I'm wondering if the third thing that could be added as a minor amendment, that we require the access to retained lot 1 to be from the municipal maintained road portion, which I think is really the intent of a municipally maintained road, that if somebody wants to build development in there, we want to make sure we can get ambulance or fire, whatever vehicles into that. And if we were to stipulate that the access must come from that first 530 feet, I think that might accomplish all objectives. Staff may want to
I'm going to let Mr. Soya answer, but I believe it's already in our motion. Mr. Soya? You're on mute, Mr. Soya.
Through you, Madam Chair. That is what I just wanted to mention as well, is that there is a condition based on the comments provided by the Public Works Department that would require access or an entrance permit to be issued for specifically that portion of the road that is year-round maintained. And again, that really speaks to the requirement for having access on a year-round maintained road, that it partly is a matter of ensuring that emergency services can access those properties year-round. And therefore, there's that requirement from Public Works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask if there is an appetite to require building envelopes on each one of these properties. Anybody? Okay, well then I'm going to read the motion as it sits. Moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the consent application B/24/22/ML Hickey roll number 4-7-035 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description of the severed lot and any required rights of way be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lots or the entire lands, whichever is less. That confirmation be received that an entrance permit is available from the township's Public Works Department for an entrance to the severed lot and to each of the retained lots from the year-round maintained portion of Woodruff Road. That development on the proposed severed lot and retained lots be made subject to site plan control to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental report dated August 2022 and the addendum to the SER dated September 28th, 2022, both prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited, and that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to provide an exemption from the minimum lot frontage requirements for retained lot number 1 and to identify an appropriate development envelope on retained lot number 2. Any discussion? All in favor? Mr. Clerk, that carries. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Councillor Zavitz. All right, be it resolved that Planning Committee, moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-24/22 Hickey roll number 4-7-035 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. That a revised consent sketch be incorporated as a schedule and that buildings and structures on retained lot number 2 be restricted to the development envelope identified in figure 4 included in the addendum to the scoped environmental report dated September 28th, 2022, prepared by Beacon Environmental Limited. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? I believe that carries. Mr. Clerk. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. And our next application is Henke, and that is Ms. Walker. Oh, Councillor Jaglowitz, you have a question? This is on mute day, I think. You're on mute.
Sorry, I just wanted, you didn't acknowledge I did vote in opposition to that motion. Thank you. You recognized Councillor Zavitz, but not me. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize you now. Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. The next applications to be heard are severance applications at B/27/2822ML and zoning bylaw amendment applications at BA-39/22 bylaw 2022-145 and the name of Henke. The subject property is known municipally as 1808 Brackenrig Road. An initial public meeting was held at the September 15th Planning Committee meeting, but due to a technical error with public circulation, the application was required to be circulated a second time, and therefore we are holding another public meeting today. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketches starting on page 122 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. Severance applications have been submitted to create 2 new lots. The severed lots and retained lots are currently vacant, and future residential development is intended. Bylaw 2022-145 will have the effect of rezoning severed lot 2 from rural RU1 to waterfront residential backlot WR2. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 24 days in advance of today's meeting, and 6 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician, Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, Curtis Savret, planner for the district of Muskoka, Hydro One, Sandy Boss, township building inspector. And all of these submissions were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, but I'm happy to read any submission in full at the request of committee. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering approval of consent applications B/27/28/22ML, staff have recommended the following conditions. 1, that a registrable description of the severed lots and any required rights of ways be submitted to the secretary treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. 2, that cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lots or the entire lands, whichever is less. 3, that confirmation be received that an entrance permit is available from the District of Muskoka for an entrance to the retained and severed lots. 4, that lands be subject to an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act as amended respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. 5, that the retained lot and severed lot be made subject to site plan control to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact assessment and wildland fire risk assessment dated August 2022, prepared by Beacon Environmental. And lastly, that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved to rezone severed lot 2 to waterfront residential 2. Staff have no concerns with the zoning bylaw amendment applications ZBA 3922, bylaw 2022-145. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker, and Mr. Fauner, you're the agent on this one, so welcome again.
Yes, I'm back again. I think you're going to be a little tired of hearing from me by the end of this morning. But anyways, Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here representing Adrian Henke, who is the owner of the property, and hopefully this will be a little easier than the last one, but believe me, with the names Hickey and Henke, pretty easy to get these mixed up, and I must admit I did on a couple of occasions. So anyways, thank you, Caitlin, for your staff report, and Caitlin and I did do a detailed site visit on this property, so she's very familiar with it. And I also have a PowerPoint presentation that I can go through, which I think will better illustrate than the last time I was in front of committee on this one. Thank you. You can go ahead to the next slide. Yeah. This, again, deals with properties that are very large. One of them, in fact, the southerly lot is 53 acres in size, so it's actually a huge piece of property. The middle lot, is hopefully you'll see in the photographs, is really in the waterfront designation and is a back lot, and the north lot is really a rural lot. Next. So again, the proposed zoning is from RU1 to WR2. This is for the middle lot only. And again, we do have a scoped environmental impact study and a wildland fire assessment by Beacon Environmental in support of the application. Next. So this is the configuration overall. Next. This is just zooming in a little bit more. And I just wanted to point out with the middle lot, you can see those lots coming in from the west or the northwest, and those are all waterfront lots, normal depth of we'll say 150 to 200 feet. So again, it's the middle lot is in the waterfront designation. Next. So this is the subject lands. This is starting at the north lot or the rural lot, and the rural lot is proposed is on the right-hand side. There's actually a rural lot on the left-hand side. You can't see the dwelling, but on the right-hand side, certainly heavily treed and good access. Next. And this is in the spring again, showing the property again. District hasn't commented on entrances, but I think one could be obtained here. Next. And this is back on the property. You'll actually see a slight rise in the left part of the photo. It's actually, there's a rock outcropping between the road and this plateau area, and then it drops off to the right into a large ravine. But along this stretch, there's 3 or 4 building sites at least. Next. And again, this is further, heading a little bit further to the north. Again, we're on a very level area, excellent building sites. Next. This is the ravine that traverses the property. I would say that the back portion of the property, the back 3/4 of this lot is beyond this ravine, was not evaluated. So there's lots of other building sites too. We just focused in on the most logical ones, but there's lots of building sites on this property. It is 16 acres in size. Next. This is the middle lot as seen from Dawson Road. And I just want to point out, you can see how it rises. That's what I call the lower plateau area. There's also a higher plateau area as well on this property. Next. And just again, if you look closely, you can see the dark areas. That is rock outcropping, again, a high plateau area. There are building sites both in front of the plateau and on top of the plateau. Next. Again, you can see the rock outcropping and you can see the rise better here in the land. Next. This is on top of the lower plateau looking out towards Portage Bay. I did not make it up to the higher plateau, but I can tell you that in slides for the next property, the further south property, you'll see the view from the high plateau, but a little to the south of this property. Next. And this is at the north end of the property, a possible entrance location. Again, you can see the fairly level area in front of the plateau or in front of the rock outcropping. Next. And this is down the road a ways towards the south portion of the lands. Again, you can see after you go from a rise up on the road, there is a large flat level area, and then you get to the first plateau. Next. This is part of the retained lands, the south retained lands. It currently has an entrance and a 911 number, and this is it. Next. And this is the view that you get over Portage Bay, and this is really from the high plateau, which a portion of the high plateau does extend onto the south retained lot. Next. And this shows some of the other rock outcropping and slopes on the retained lot. But again, in front of these slopes, you can see an area that would easily be a building site. Next. And this is moving further to the south and southwest. The property does get more level. Next. And this is down near the southerly end of the retained lot. Again, this property has over 1,500 feet of frontage, straight line on the district road and 53 acres. So huge number of potential building sites. And at the furthest south, it gets, the slopes get much more modest. Next. So again, the official plans allow for rural lot creation and waterfront backlot creation. We have done an assessment of the wildland fire as well as deer wintering habitat. That was completed by Beacon Environmental. Next. And I think one new lot's allowed in the rural designation. So we're proposing one rural lot, and we have one waterfront backlot here as well. Next. I think I've mentioned all of these items. We do have a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment for the middle lot. And I would note that there have been previous approvals in the area for backlots, one of them in the name of Donaldson on Dawson Road, and that was an application that I was involved in. Next. So it's my opinion that the applications are consistent with the PPS and conform to the official plans. And I don't think I need to repeat my reasoning. I think I've gone through that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Would there be anybody else, Alex, who would like to speak on behalf of this application?
There isn't, no.
Okay, thank you. And anyone opposed to this application?
No.
All right, well then I'm going to turn this back over to committee. Committee, any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the consent applications B/27/28/22/ML Henke, roll number 2-11-002 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description of the severed lots and any required rights of way be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lots or the entire lands, whichever is less. the confirmation be received that an entrance permit is available from the District of Muskoka for an entrance to the retained lot and severed lots, that the lands be subject to an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act, SRO 1990, as amended, respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. The retained lot and severed lot 1 be made subject to site plan control to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact study and wildland fire risk assessment dated August 2022, prepared by Beacon Environment Limited, and that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to rezone severed lot 2 to waterfront residential WR2. Any discussion, committee? All in favor? Believe that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-39/22, Hickey roll number 2-11-002 be approved. Any discussion? All in favor? Again, that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Okay, thank you very much. It's 10:20. Let's take a 10-minute break and I'll see you back here at 10:30. Okay, can I get everybody back, please? Okay, our next application is Jossipura, and that is Mr. Sawyer. Welcome back, Mr. Sawyer. It is on mute day. It obviously is. Okay, there you go.
Sorry about that, and thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is ZBA 2822 in the name of Jossipura. Subject property is located in the hamlet of Bent River at 1023 Rosso Lake Road 1. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted sketches starting on page 219 of today's agenda package. And this subject property is vacant. The applicants propose to construct a single family dwelling. And the purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The property is zoned rural residential hamlet, RURH, where lots are required to have a minimum lot area of 15,000 square feet in order to qualify as a building lot. In this case, the subject property has a lot area just shy of that at 14,986 square feet. If the bylaw is approved, it will have the effect of recognizing the lot area of the subject property, which will permit future development in compliance with zoning bylaw provisions. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 21 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 4 submissions have been received to date. The District of Muskoka and the Township's Development Services Division have advised that they have no objections to the application. The Township's Public Works Department has no concerns, but has advised that the location of the entrance along the lot's road frontage will be subject to approval of an entrance permit. And a submission in opposition has been received from Frida Kingshot from 1004 Rosso Lake Road 1, which is a neighboring property further to the east along Rosso Lake Road 1. The letter expresses several concerns, which I will summarize, and I'd be happy to read the entire letter if requested by committee. The letter states that approval of the bylaw amendment would set a precedent for future requests from property owners who purchase property without first researching local bylaws. The topography of the property and flooding has been listed as a concern. The letter states that there are no culverts in the road, and water from the hillside on the subject property will flood the Kingshot property and driveway, resulting in dangerous walking conditions. Environmental concerns related to the proximity of the Skeleton River and negative impacts on drinking water are another concern. The letter also states that the applicant has indicated that the property will be primarily used as a short-term rental, and that there would be 4 properties that are used as such within 500 feet. It's also stated that parking is insufficient and would result in safety concerns. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be approved. And I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sawyer. I see that the owner is here. Mr. Jossipura, would you like to speak?
Hi, so this is my first time attending such an event, so a meeting, sorry.
That's
Pardon
okay.
my-
No,
Pardon
do you have video there?
I do have. I have it, but I don't know why I'm not able to turn it on. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay, we're not seeing you, but that's okay. Go ahead. So the only thing, if this is your first time here, we need your address, and then please go ahead. And you are on mute now.
Okay, I had
There
to
you go.
rejoin.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, so I actually am here to answer any questions or concerns. So I sorry, I didn't really hear the concern or the objection. Sorry.
No, there are no objections at this point. So you just stay on there, and if committee has any questions of you, you will be available. So if you wouldn't mind muting yourself at this point,
Sure.
just turning your video off again, that would be terrific. And Alex, do we have anybody who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
No.
Okay, committee, I'm going to turn it over to you. Any questions, concerns? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to, often when these undersized lots come available, they essentially, I just wanted to make sure that, for instance, this was not a tax sale, and that in the past, we didn't allow a building to go on this property. I just didn't want to get caught in a situation where something had happened in the past, and we're now allowing it to happen. I do have concerns of what the future uses are of this property from a short-term rental perspective. Would have been great if we could have had a home available for some of our younger people in the community, but I guess I don't have a voice on that. But anyhow, I just was a little bit concerned of whether this was at one time a tax sale or not.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I don't believe that this application is stemming from any type of tax sale. I would just note that in this case, the deficiency from the required lot area is only 14 square feet. It's pretty rare that we get a situation like this where the deficiency is such a small amount. So I would just point that out as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. Just a question for staff. Mr. Soya had read the letter of objection from the neighbor, and I was just trying to understand the stormwater management piece. There was concerns about the water and flow onto their property. Could you kindly reread that or remind me or give assurance to that property owner that this will somehow be mitigated?
Thank you, Mr. Soya.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. So the concern was submitted from a neighbor that is located not directly across from the subject property, but further to the east on Russell Lake Road 1, actually right at the intersection of the main road there. And now the concern with regards to flooding, Public Works has not submitted any comments with regards to a concern with culverts at that area in that location. So I really can't speak to the situation of where culverts are located or if they are not located there. So this would be a stormwater management consideration or concern that's been raised. The lot itself would have a small dwelling. It's a small lot and would only permit a relatively small lot coverage based on what's permitted. So there could be, which could alter the stormwater that's flowing off the small property to a certain degree. It would be possible to ask for a stormwater management study to be done, but I do believe it would be not typical for such a development concerning this amount of lot coverage, but it is something that committee could consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick supplemental. I was trying to, as you read the letter, if you could just read that one portion of the letter back again.
Mr. Sawyer?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to look at the letter here, and I'll read that. I had summarized the letter, so I will find this part in the letter and read it out. It reads, my second concern is the contour of the building site and flooding. There are no current adjacent culverts underneath the road at this address, and water flooding the hillside from the plateau above will flood my property and driveway, resulting in dangerous walking conditions. I believe I'm just checking to see if it's mentioned anywhere else, but that is all that has been submitted with regards to the flooding concern.
Okay, thank you. I think if there's a path forward on this particular concern, I recognize we don't get these applications very often, but we talk about stormwater management on pretty much every other application we receive. So if there is a concern about runoff impacting a neighbor, and I think it indicated that there aren't any culverts, this would be something I think we need to be considering for these property owners. I see Mr. Sharp, sorry, has his hand up, so he might be able to help. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Bridgman. I think Sam is correct for, a rural lot such as this. We typically wouldn't be looking at stormwater management details, but I do appreciate the concern that has been raised. So in this particular instance, if committee was interested in checking off that box, we could impose a requirement for site plan control, and through that process, staff could require a stormwater management brief prepared by a qualified professional. And as part of that, a grading plan could be undertaken to make sure that drainage and stormwater is appropriately conveyed to the ditch alongside the municipal roadway, and the township's public works department could be involved in that process, just to make sure that it's being reviewed by them and it checks off all their boxes as well. So that certainly is an option. We just need to recommend that to council if that's the way that planning committee is looking to go on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's a few other hands up, but perhaps I can suggest that might be appropriate in this particular application. I don't like to do it unless I really feel like it warrants it, but just knowing that this also goes right down then onto Highway 141, that corner. I feel like this one might warrant that. So I look forward to hearing what my other colleagues say, but I might circle back on them. Thank you.
Sorry, we'll pause that for a minute. We now have a Jason Atwood who has come into the meeting. So I am assuming this is someone who wants to speak for or against the application. Mr. Atwood?
There you go. Okay.
Could you turn on your video, Mr. Atwood? Thank you.
Can you hear
All
me?
right. I can hear you, and I assume you're here in either opposition or acceptance of this application. So please just give us your address and then go ahead with your comments. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. 1024 Rosso Lake Road 1, POB 1MO, directly across from the property in question. Thank you, Mayor, Councilman, and council people. I am, as Mrs. Kingshot is, worried about the groundwater concerns on the property. It's to do not completely with that property. It's the property behind it, and it's very steep and lots of groundwater comes off of there. And I would think with building structures, they're going to change how the groundwater flows, and there is no ditches. And I am right across from the proposed property, and I am lower, so I am definitely going to get the water from them. And that is one concern I have. And then a second concern I have is, I believe it's probably going to be an income rental property. And we already have 2 right here in our small little hamlet of our road. And just very concerned about how many these rental income properties are popping up. And in our case, they're even off the water and waterfront. And I would find that there'd be a cheaper rental, and it might not be the people maybe we want beside us all the time. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Atwood. Mr. Atwood, unfortunately, planning doesn't deal with short-term rentals. But I do know that the incoming council is looking at a licensing for that. So I'm going to suggest, and that will be early in the year, they'll be looking for public input. So on that part of it, that would be my suggestion, that you give your input to the new council at that point. And to your other comment, I think Councillor Mazan was talking about stormwater management. And so I will take that poll of the committee when we get a little bit further along. Thank you. Councillor Hayes?
Thank you, and through you. The lot that is just to the west of this lot, I assume that that's a residential dwelling. And also, Ms. Kingshott mentioned that she was concerned that there would not be enough area for parking. By the picture, I'm assuming there would be, but I would just like confirmation from staff that that would not be an issue.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. The property to the west is a residential property, and the I believe that was the first question, and the site plan that's been submitted as a concept plan does show an area where parking is proposed as part of the driveway, and I believe that does demonstrate that there would be sufficient parking on this property in accordance with that concept plan. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So in the back of my mind, I'm a little bit concerned if this in fact is going to be a rental property. So on rural properties, we allow 2 residents now. And I'm wondering if we can restrict that additional use that others would have the right to do.
Okay, any comment on that, Mr. Sawyer?
Thank you, through you. So there is, it's true that I believe a secondary dwelling unit would be permitted on such a lot. However, I would just point out that there is other, on such a small lot, there's other restrictions with regards to setbacks and lot coverage, and it would be quite difficult in that regard to fit any other structures onto this property. That's just my initial thought on that suggestion. However, we do have a zoning bylaw in front of us. It's always possible to add other restrictions into that if that is a committee's wish. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a poll on that, Councillor Nishikawa, when we finish our discussions. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I agree with Councillor Nishikawa on this one. I could say if we could put something on that title or something like that, there's only 1 residence on this. Even though it's only 14 square feet, it is an undersized lot, and I would like to see stormwater management on that. I am familiar with the area. It looks to be quite a ways away from the intersection. I don't know how many feet it is, but it is a ways away. And when they're saying there's no and that drainage there, this is one thing that I would like to see. There's got to be some drainage there, because there is a road that crosses from there down to the river. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
I want to comment on the speculation that this lot would be used for an Airbnb. That's not in front of us, and we don't have, through this planning, to restrict anything on assumptions. So I would not be in favor of doing anything that curtails this person's rights. I do support the idea, since it is a small lot, to only have 1 residential on it. But Mr. Soya has already said there's so many other restrictions that he thought it wouldn't be possible. But if we put the restriction, then it's there. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so I believe I'm getting the sense, Mayor Harding.
Yeah, sorry. I guess if you're going to, I mean, we've got a very small lot. I'm not sure you could even get a second residence on it. It is contrary to, provincial policy statement that are encouraging a second dwelling. I struggle with putting additional limitations. They've come to us to ask for variance for 14 square feet on a 14,000 square foot required lot. And we're now encumbering them because we think it may, because we think it may, because we think it may. I agree with you, Chair Bridgman. Short-term rentals is going to be a priority of this next term of council, and we'll be dealing with that. From a water perspective, where the property is, if it goes down onto the road, I mean, I'd rather have our staff do that than do entire stormwater management and do a $10,000, $20,000 plan. Let's understand, is it really going to be an issue or not? Our staff can comment on this when this comes back and just get a note to how the issues are or not going to be. Certainly we don't want water moving onto neighbors' property. We've dealt with that before, but I think that can be done. If we had to put them under site plan, it could be done under site plan, which is not as onerous as necessarily stormwater management issues. So that's sort of my 2 cents on this. And I'm not sure what rights we have to take away potentially. There's no application in front of us for a secondary little dwelling, but from an affordable housing perspective, maybe they want to put a little 600 square foot building or 700 square foot building for a secondary residence.
Okay, thank you. All right, so before us now is I'm going to deal with the restriction on a secondary dwelling. Who is in favor of putting that forward? All right, so that does not carry. In terms of stormwater management, I hear you, Mayor Harding, and I think what you're saying is let's let staff and our Public Works Department have a look at it. And when it comes back to council, they can advise us on that then. So we'll direct them to have a look at that. Councilor Mazan, I see you going, you're good with that? All right, so all we have to do is direct them on that. We don't need to change the motion at this point. Any more discussion? Okay. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-28/22 Jossapura, roll number 2-26-087 be approved. Any more discussion? All in favor? I believe that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Okay, thank you. All right. Then we are now on to Ms. Walker. I believe you're up with the Muskoka Conservancy. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 28/22 bylaw 2022-110 in the name of Muskoka Conservancy. The subject properties have no civically assigned address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted sketches starting on page 237 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. Bylaw 2022-110 is to rezone the subject lands from waterfront residential WR5 to environmental protection EP1. Permitted uses in the EP1 zone include buildings and facilities necessary in conjunction with the production of cranberries, flood control, erosion control, and pedestrian boardwalks, but not including shoreline structures. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 3 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and the District of Muskoka. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have no concerns with zoning bylaw amendment applications ZBA-28/22 bylaw 2022-110 Muskoka Conservancy and have recommended approval. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Welcome, Mr. Young.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
No, I think this is a nice application to look at, so please go ahead.
It is a very straightforward application. It's simply to rezone the property to environmentally protected. I really didn't prepare a presentation. It seemed quite straightforward to me, and I felt the report prepared by staff covered it in sufficient detail. So I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any from the committee members.
Okay, thank you. So by chance, do we have anybody who wants to speak for or against this? Need to ask that question. Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, Madam Chair, Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited. Have not been retained by Muskoka Conservancy, nor have I been retained on this by Don Lang or Seth Mirsky, who originally developed the property. But I just thought, obviously, I'm on the meeting and still going to be later. Just wanted to indicate that certainly this was part of the original plan that's being brought forward, and it was originally intended that a major portion of the island be conveyed to the Muskoka Conservancy. And I think it's great to see that it's being followed through. I've spoken briefly with Scott about it yesterday, and I think it's excellent. And I think they should be congratulated that they now have a property on Lake Rasa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we are all of the opinion that this is great. So any more comments, council? I mean, committee? All right, I'm going to read the motion then. Moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-29/22 Muskoka Conservancy roll number 4-26-086-02 4-26-085-03 be approved. Any comments? All in favor? That is unanimous. Mr. Pink, and thank you, Mr. Young, and thank you. Would you like to say anything more?
I would just like to say thank you very much for approving this, and I'm very happy to be your shortest little meeting today.
Okay.
I hope I saved you some time.
Thank you, and obviously to Mr. Lang and Mr. Mirsky, it is appreciated. Okay.
All right, I'll pass that along.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Baker and Nelson, and Mr. Soya, I believe you're up again.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is ZBA 3022 in the name of Baker and Nelson. The subject property is located on Clear Lake Road, but does not have an assigned civic address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted sketch on page 258 of the agenda package. The subject property is vacant and no development is proposed at this time. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The property is zoned open space private OS2. The purpose of the proposed bylaw amendment is to rezone a portion of the property from the OS2 zone to rural RU2 for potential development in compliance with the zoning bylaw. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 21 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 5 submissions have been received to date. The District of Muskoka and the Township's Development Services Division have advised they have no objections to the application. The district that was incorrect. The District of Muskoka has submitted comments recommending that the application be deferred. The district's recommendation reads as follows. Muskoka staff would recommend that a decision on the above noted application be deferred pending the completion of a site evaluation prepared by a qualified biologist to the District of Muskoka's satisfaction, which states that the future development of the lot will not negatively impact any species at risk or their habitat, as well as any natural heritage features or functions for which the heritage area was established. And detailed lighting plan prepared by a qualified professional that demonstrates how proposed lighting will be shielded to prevent glare and how the lighting will be directed downwards. Should committee wish to consider the application, district would recommend that the zoning bylaw be revised to include a holding provision to require the submission of the above noted studies, as well as the use of appropriate development control techniques to implement any recommendations. A submission in opposition has been received from Robert Kirk from 1274 Clear Lake Road, Unit 10. Mr. Kirk's property is located immediately to the west and shares a common lot boundary. The letter reads as follows. I believe that Mr. Nelson was originally granted land to farm within this area. It seems to me that RU2 designation would lend itself to more of a disruption of our quiet enjoyment of the area regarding uses of the land, as the RU2 includes uses of forestry operation, kennels, and a wayside pit, to name a few. I think moving from OS2 to RU2 is quite a stretch as to usage, and one that I am not in favor of. I think that the OS2 is more fitting and consistent with the surrounding area, as my property abuts the above property mentioned, or have it changed to RUSA or RUR, rural residential, not to the RU2 designation. Wouldn't this development be in direct contrast with the Muskoka Heritage Areas Program site report of August 1990, which the Muskoka District was aware of in 2002? Is there water access to this property? If so, where exactly is it? And if the family hasn't used the water access, don't they lose it? If it has not been used in a number of years, why I asked the Nelsons approached my mom and dad years ago to buy a strip of property from them. My parents refused. So for my family's 3 generations that have been here, our years of stewardship are gone for a zoning change that could be detrimental to the area, all for a higher monetary gain. It does not seem right. Again, I am opposed to this zoning change. Signed, Robert Kirk. A submission in opposition was also received from Kim Enns from 1376 Clear Lake Road. The letter reads as follows. I would like to object to this proposed zoning change, as I feel the RU2 designation is far too broad for this parcel. We are a residential recreational community, and there are currently no commercial properties at the end of Clear Lake Road. An RUR designation would be more appropriate, as this would disallow most of the suggested commercial uses. We are on a gravel road with a small 1-lane bridge that is not built for a high volume of commercial traffic. And that is submitted from Kim Enns. And I want to make sure that I haven't missed any that have come in last minute. And the Township's Public Works Department is also advised they do not have any concerns. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and I've recommended that the application be denied. I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. Welcome back, Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you again. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 184. I'm here representing the owners of this particular property, and that is Lynn Baker, Don Nelson, and Wayne Nelson, who are owners of the subject lands. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I do hope to address staff's concerns, but I guess we'll see. I guess you'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. The property itself is, again, it seems like I'm talking about large properties today. Another large one, 15-acre property with over 1,100 feet of frontage, and that's frontage on a year-round publicly maintained road, being Clear Lake Road. Next. This is the zoning or a portion of the zoning schedule. The OS2 in the light green. My client's property is basically the east half of this, or the southeast half. And I just want you to note the locations of Gullwing Lake and as well Nielsen Lake on this particular drawing. Next. This is the proposed schedule, and I recognize it's very rudimentary, but one of the things I wanted to point out here was the proposed zone line is down the middle of the high point of the property. You can see by the contours. So everything would be oriented towards Clear Lake Road. And I'll go through the definition of waterfront in a few moments, but in my opinion, this is actually in the rural designation in relationship to Gullwing Lake. If you were to consider it to be within the waterfront designation from Nielsen Lake, this would actually constitute a backlot, which is on the other side of a year-round publicly maintained road. I would also note too, in terms of contours, that a little bit to the south, I guess to the south of the property, you'll see another high point on the neighbor's land, and I accidentally went over that and trespassed on that property. That is the first point at which you actually see the lake. You cannot see the lake actually from my client's property at all, even from the highest point. And again, we're going to be keeping it, future development would be oriented to Clear Lake Road. Next. So in terms of the property itself, again, this is a shot from the year-round maintained road, basically the west portion of the lot. Next. And this just shows the road as it proceeds to the northwest. Next. And this is the road down to the southeast. And you can see a road in the distance there. That's actually the private road that goes into cottage properties there, but it's I can't say a real lengthy road, but there is some length to it, and you can see that certainly sight lines are excellent. Next. This is going up to the higher points of the property. Again, heavily treed. This is these photos were taken in early May, so the foliage is just coming out. Next. And you can see rock cropping again, getting closer to the high point. Next. This is a small open area that's, this is right at the very high point of the property. It dips to the right and to the left. And this looks towards that road, if you will, that leads into cottages, and you can't see it at all. Next. This is being near the high ground and looking down towards the Clear Lake Road. Next. This is further northwest along the property, and actually the ridge itself peters out somewhat, gets a little bit more level. Next. And this is the road looking back towards my vehicle, which was in the eastern portion of the lot. This is closer to the western lot line, so you can see there's a significant amount of frontage along this along the road for this property. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, the PPS does permit limited development on rural lands. Now, they define all lands basically in the municipality outside of settlement areas as rural land. So it's not the same kind of designations as we have in the local official plans. So, and the district OP largely defers to the local OP for development in the rural designation. Next. So in terms of the definition, I want to point out, I know that staff is, in their opinion, they feel this is in the waterfront designation, but I go to item B of the designation. And this is in relationship in particular to Gullwing Lake. It says lands which do not physically or functionally relate to the waterfront area, although within, and actually it's cut off on mine, but although within 500 feet of the water body shall be deemed not to be within the waterfront designation. So this is a mandatory clause. It says shall be deemed to be within the waterfront designation. So in my opinion, at least from Gullwing Lake, it's not within the waterfront designation. Next. So it could have been open space zoned at the time because the road was not year-round publicly maintained. I don't know that. That was mentioned during my pre-consultation meeting with Kristen Darling. Or there could have been the concern for possible second-tier development. Properties, however, were assigned one zone at the time. They weren't split zones. So if a portion of it was felt to be a concern, let's say to zone OS2, then all of it was. Next. Two properties, basically, I say to the northeast, really, I guess to the south, we'll say to the east of this property is zone rural residential. So if these areas are in the waterfront designation, then those zonings on those properties are incorrect. The property itself, the subject lands, there's numerous building sites. In an OS2 zone, you are permitted to have 2 hunt camps, and they can be located 10 feet from the rear lot line, which would be close to the waterfront property it abuts. Next. So in terms of staff concerns, I think I've gone through this, and if it was to be considered waterfront designation from Nielsen Lake, this property actually would be a waterfront backlot because it's on the other side of the year-round publicly maintained road. So I believe in either instance, the property has development potential. Next. So going on further, there are guidelines to follow, and I know staff kind of went by those, but it's my opinion that when it's not clear from the first part of the definition of 1.1, you then look at the guidelines in 1.2. And I would point out too and emphasize that they are guidelines. These are not etched in stone. It's not mandatory. I will also mention that 1.2b that I've highlighted, I know that staff had commented on, this was actually put in place because of an Ontario Municipal Board hearing many years ago in the name of Maile, M-A-I-L-E, in the north part of the township of Lake Rosso, where he was going to construct a dwelling immediately behind the existing cottage lots. And because the property was deep enough and went just beyond 500 feet from the lake, the OMB in its decision deemed it all rural and said it was a rural property and they were allowed to do what they did. And this created great concern at the time because there's a number of properties that have a depth that's over 500 feet. And the township at the time did not want to see, again, building right behind cottage properties. So this has kind of come back, I guess, to bite me in this particular application, to be honest with you, but it certainly wasn't the intent. Next. Again, I had an initial pre-consultation meeting in June and certainly did not identify that the waterfront designation was an issue. In fairness, Bryce did send an email after the submission of the application indicating that there may be some issues. I was hoping after a site visit that that might help alleviate concerns. So the questions that I have is, how does this property physically or functionally relate to the waterfront in the case of Gullwing Lake and in the case of Nielsen Lake? If it does, then it's considered a backlot. And what is the impact on the waterfront designation? I also question that as well. Next. And I think, unfortunately, in my opinion, it's become a little bit of a mapping exercise and maybe with less emphasis on the field observations. And any of the photos that have been shown by myself or staff, like I question, where's the waterfront? You don't see it. I think there's lots of room on this property for a limited amount of development. Next. I took this out of the district OP, and if you look very closely, just above the letters L and K, you'll actually see that's the subject property. You'll see a portion of it's considered waterfront, but that fronts immediately onto the road is not. And this is in the district OP. I understand there may be wording that addresses this situation, but I do question whether it's really in the waterfront designation by the mapping. Next. In terms of further considerations, I have spoken to my clients in light of staff's concerns. There's a possibility we could limit permitted uses on the property. I do note that the 2 letters of objection, both of them said that they didn't have a problem with rural RUR. I guess the thing we'd have to determine those with RUR, you'd be allowed a multiple of severances in the future on this property, which I don't think we'd want to see. We could also limit building and septic envelope location. That could be the result of a scoped environmental impact study, and that would also take into account the potential impact on the heritage area, although I think it would be very slight, but we can certainly go through that exercise. So sort of offering that up that if committee wishes to defer this for more information, we can provide that. Next. So my conclusions, you've heard the same old story before about consistency with the PPS and conformity with the official plan. It's my opinion it does. I recognize that differs from staff, but nonetheless, we can certainly provide more information if that would be of assistance to committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fauner. Anyone else care to speak on behalf of this? Anyone in opposition? And while I believe we have two people, Alex, that I can see anyway. As we bring them in, we do have a question. Bob Curry, I just want to clarify with you, Mr. Soya. Bob Curry did submit a letter, I gather. Was that part of what you were summarizing?
I don't believe that I've received a letter. I'm just checking here again. I did, there was some email correspondence from Mr. Curry requesting Zoom details to be part of the meeting, but I don't believe an actual submission was received from him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we have, I believe, we have Ms. Enns in. Oh, Mr. Curry. Well, Mr. Curry, why don't we start with you? So welcome, Mr. Curry. Would you be able to turn your video on? Mr. Curry?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, IT. Yeah.
Maybe you can hear my voice in the meantime, but name is
Yes.
Robert Curry, 1350-5 Clear Lake Road, Torrance. I'm the owner of 3 adjacent properties to this. The one in particular, which is 100 feet from the scheduled rezoning, it's my zoning as RUR. It's right beside the one requested RU2. And my particular lot there, which is RUR, is not a waterfront property. Its frontage is on Clear Lake Road, which this adjoining property to rezone would be the same thing, facing Clear Lake Road. And my request is if there's zoning change, should be zoned to RUR, not RU2, because RU2 allows too many other applications on that property.
Okay, thank you. And is that what you wanted to say? Is that all that you wish to ask of us at this point?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Humphrey, welcome.
Thank you. My name's Margot Humphrey. I'm at 1274 Clear Lake Road. Our families have owned properties 4 and 5 since the 1940s. And I actually remember the Nelsons. I second what Mr. Kirk said regarding it being farming. I actually remember getting vegetables from the Nelsons when I was a child. And I share the same concerns as Ms. Enns has pointed out. This part of Clear Lake Road is accessed by a 1-lane bridge that if you've ever driven down there, it actually comes down a hill or up a hill, depending which way you're going, with very limited sight. So my biggest concern is additional traffic on the road, and similar to Mr. Curry and the other concerns, I think if it was zoned RUR with some sort of increased limits on the potential for development, because the traffic on that road would become a problem and a danger, and not to have multiple use.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank
you. And next, I believe we have Ms. DeLello.
Hi.
Hi. Do you
Let me get
have
the camera on? Okay, here we go.
Okay. Oh.
No?
No, not quite.
Okay, well, you can hear me anyway.
I can hear you. So just your address,
yes.
please, and then go ahead.
We're at number 10, 1350 Clear Lake Road. Our property runs the full length behind the subject property between the lake and the subject property. So whatever happens to that property will directly affect us. One of the things that I would like to mention is the fact we have many times seen rattlesnakes and hognose snakes, which are endangered species, on this property. There is wetland area, a seasonal wetland that frogs, salamanders, and others use for breeding. I agree with the fact that the bridge, not only is Clear Lake Road, the paved section is very narrow, and there's cottages on one side and the lake on the other. So there's children crossing quite a bit. And then you go over the narrow, very narrow bridge, and the gravel road, the road becomes gravel after that and cannot take a lot of commercial traffic like trucks and things. So we are very concerned about the number of commercial things that could be, applications that could be done to this property, and would like to leave it RU, or to have it RUR as the rest of us are. And yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Ms. Copperthorne, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, so please go ahead.
Sure. So I'm Lori Curry Copperthorne, and I'm at 1350-11 Clear Lake Road. And so I also abut the proposed amendment in support of my neighbors and my father, Bob Curry. I also do not support this changing from OS2 to RU2, and would be more supportive of an RUR designation, and for all of the reasons that have been discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's it. Mr. Kirk, I see your hand is up, but you've had your time to speak, so I am going to turn it over to committee now. And if there's any questions of you, did Mr. Kirk speak? He didn't? I'm sorry, Mr. Kirk?
I didn't speak, but I have more a face for radio, but Mr. Sawyer read my letter, but I have a few things to add. Hold on, I'll try the video camera. Here we go. Oh!
Okay, there you are. Okay, so
Yeah,
apologize for that. Okay, please go ahead, just your address.
Okay, Robert Kirk, 1274 Clear Lake Road, Unit 10, Torrance, Ontario, POC 1M0. I guess what wasn't addressed was the water access issue. I know earlier mention was about Nelson Lake. I was under the impression or understanding that Nelson Lake was sold. So I don't know whether that property that we're talking about would have access to Nelson Lake. What I wanted to know if it would have any access to Gullwing Lake. And I'd like to reiterate, like I would be not too bad with the RUR designation or OS2. As said, my property abuts to it, the OS2, right up to them and right down to the water. The other issue is on the other side of the road, the northwest, east, like as he pointed out, it does slope down. And in that area, it is a wetland, and I apologize that I didn't send you the Muskoka Heritage Report. I'm not great technically, so I have it on a PDF, but I wasn't sure how to attach it. So technically, I would need some help. But I know my mom allowed people to do the study, and as was mentioned earlier, there are hognose snakes, rattlesnakes, skinks, flora and fauna around. I know there's snakes. Last summer we saw about 6 of them, rattlesnakes around. I almost stepped on one, but knock on wood, I didn't. Anyway, so I'm just concerned with the usage and the broad usage of the forestry kennels and wayside pits. That's mostly my concern. We'd like to sort of leave it. It's a nice area and always has been. I've been there 3 generations, like 75 years. My family's had it. So anyway, That's what I'm going to say. So I am opposed to it, standing with the other neighbors. Okay. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirk. And just to verify, Mr. Soya, you may wish to, this property does not have lake access, but Mr. Soya, maybe I can get you as the planner to verify that.
That is correct. This property does not have shoreline frontage on either of the two lakes, Galwin Lake or Nelson Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before I get to you, Councillor Zavitz, Mr. Fauner has the ability to comment on what we've heard, and then I'll get to committee. Mr. Fauner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just simply want to say that, I'm glad that people have chimed in on this. No one has really said that, the property can't be developed or shouldn't be. Just it's a matter of limitations on development and a rural residential zone being more appropriate. And certainly I can pass that on to the client and we can do additional background information as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to committee now. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you, and through you, I guess to Mr. Fauner's commentary right there. Thank you for that. That was part of my question. I suppose I would ask of staff, how might the district feel about an RUR versus the proposed allocation, and I guess how do we feel about that? Is this somewhat extraordinary that someone would come looking for a particular redesignation and we would apply yet another designation in its place? I'm not sure of that we've seen a lot of those over my 4 years. So appreciate a little bit of insight on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Soya.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So the township staff have looked at this in terms of which designation this land should be in accordance with the policies in the district and the township official plans. And first of all, the township identifies, the township schedule to the official plan identifies this property as being in the waterfront designation. The district plan states that the boundaries to be determined and by taking into account the township's official plan, and the district in their letter have stated that it is in, they've determined it is in the waterfront designation. The township's official plan includes detailed criteria that need to be considered at the time the extent of the waterfront designation is determined. And just to provide a little bit more background, one of these guidelines does state that where a road is between 500 feet and 650 feet from a water body, the road shall form the boundary. Although short portions of the road allowance are located greater than 650 feet from these water bodies due to slight irregularities of the shorelines and directional variations in the road allowance, is the opinion of staff that Clear Lake Road is the boundary of the waterfront designation, and that the guidelines also state that generally small remnants of rural areas surrounded by the waterfront designation shall be included within the waterfront designation. So in this case, the property is directly between two lakes, and it seems appropriate for any of these small remnants to be part of the waterfront designation in accordance with those policies. So it's the opinion of staff that the open space 2 zoning is appropriate in this case, as the lot is within the waterfront designation, and if it were to be developed, it would result in 2 tiers of development within the waterfront designation. So I hopefully that answers the question and provides a little bit more context. Thank you.
Mr. Soya, could you just, for anybody who's listening in, explain the difference between RUR and what is being asked for here in terms of development ability? I think it'll be helpful for anybody listening in.
Sure. So the RUR zone that has been mentioned in comments here, and staff do recognize there's a small lot to close to this property that is zoned RUR, and that zoning is intended to be for rural clusters. And in the official plan, it states that rural clusters are not intended to be expanded on. So based on that policy, staff would feel that it's not appropriate for additional RUR zone properties to be established in this particular area. And the rural, but just to clarify as well, the RUR zone does not permit as many uses as an RU2 zone, which is just a rural zone that also permits things like agricultural uses and farm uses, forestry operation, that type of thing. Now, just to explain a little bit further, it's usually been staff's opinion that the better way to restrict any uses that are not appropriate for a certain rural property is to do just that, restrict those uses instead of going with the RUR zone. So that there is different ways to restrict uses within the RU2 zone if certain uses are not appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to outline the current uses that are permitted on the subject lands, and they're currently zoned private open space, and there's agricultural uses, conservation uses, forestry operation uses, hunt camp and open space recreation, and a wayside pit and quarry uses currently permitted on that property, but not residential development. Hopefully that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's really helpful. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to, well, my questions are going to be directed to Mr. Fauner, but so I'm very, very familiar with this property, and it's unfortunate that on paper, it doesn't show the uniqueness of this property and the challenges, I would say. One of the things that I'm being challenged is I love to try to find other locations to create a residential lot, honestly. I mean, there's just not enough opportunities for people to be able to build a home these days. Having said that, what challenges me with this particular lot is the setbacks. For instance, I'm not 100% familiar what this would look like when it is developed. It, in my opinion, does not have the ability to be subdivided more than allowing this one lot. Again, I walk this every day, so I'm very familiar with the property. I don't even know how we got tangled up with Nelson, because in fact, it hasn't been in ownership on that side for many, many years. But you, Mr. Fauner, you had indicated the, like, I'm actually suggesting that we would defer this. I would like to see a more detailed information on a specific building location, the setbacks, how that would impact the other property owners. And mostly because of the uniqueness of this. In fact, Mr. Curry and his family are the ones I see all year round, all through the winter. I don't see a lot of use other than let's not forget that the snowmobile trail is not very far away. So there's a lot of use in that particular way, but that's not necessarily going to impact this particular property. But it does make me want to understand more how this property would be developed. And I would be really challenged to approve this if it was traveling up that ridge, like up the hill. Because then there would be that back lot impact overlooking someone else's properties, those types of things. Or whatever, you had 3 things, Steve, listed that you would recommend, and I just wondered if you could raise that again.
Mr. Fawner.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, I think, you know, when I drafted up the my very basic plan there in terms of rezoning, I felt that I took into account the high ridge down the middle already, and that's why I was only proposing to zone, I'll say, the front half of the property as opposed to the whole property. Was concerned with the potential for overlook of the waterfront property, but again, it's my opinion in staying within the area that I've hatched, that won't be an issue. That provides a setback on the western boundary of, it's basically equally split, I guess, zoned and remaining OS2 of basically 250 feet. So you'd already have that setback built into the rear of this, if you will, by only zoning the front. I did indicate that in talking to the client that we may have to do a scoped environmental impact study, and she's willing to do that to further assess the property and further narrow down any possible building locations. Just with my site visit, and however, I have seen literally thousands of properties. I did not come across the wetland area that was mentioned. It's not to say it's not there. I kept my site visit to the roadside, certainly, and along the road. There, to me, were a number of potential opportunities to build, but we can certainly narrow that down through a scoped EIS. And I can understand some trepidation with the application, but I believe there is room in there. I did not play the affordable housing card. I don't tend to do that, but there are limited opportunities, as you mentioned, with any type of lots, rural lots or otherwise, in the municipality to build on, and this would create that opportunity. So I think that's really, you know, my response. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I don't see any other comments. So Councillor Nishikawa has suggested, oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, sorry, thank you. I just, Mr. Fawner didn't comment on it, but I would suggest, I would like to request that deferral until that information comes forward.
Thank you. I was going there, but I'm going to wait for Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question for staff. I'm looking at the GIS mapping for this property, and I noticed there's a property right next to it that's zoned the same, OS2. So can we assume whatever we do with this property, the other one would follow suit? Maybe staff could comment. I see there's a bit of a road that comes into that one. Are we looking at, if we deal with this, are we looking at then dealing with other similar properties, especially the neighboring one?
Sorry, Councillor Jaglowitz, can you tell me what that is? I just need to understand. They're only rezoning part of it. Are you asking about the rest of the OS2?
No, Chair. There's the property between Clear Lake Road and Gullwing Lake. This property is between the two, but it looks like there's 2 parcels there. This parcel is 15 acres. There's another parcel of 43 acres that's also zoned OS2. I assumed it was a property under separate ownership, and wondered if whatever's done with this property would then could be done with that property.
Okay, so I see Mr. Sharp's got his camera on. So Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and thank you, Councillor Jaglowitz, for your question. First off, I'd just like to point out that staff have acknowledged that this is a difficult application in our report, and Mr. Fawner is a very experienced land use planner. I'd just like to note that we certainly do respect his opinions. It just so happens that in this particular case, we're on opposite sides of a professional fence, so to speak. But to answer your question, Councillor Jaglowitz, the property to the west, it looks like it's a somewhat different situation in that that property actually has water frontage on Gullwing Lake. And, to that point, comparing properties is like comparing apples and oranges. Sometimes they all have their unique situations and considerations. But as we've noted in our report, we do consider the subject property to be within the waterfront designation based on our close reading of our official plan policies and based on comments from the district as well. And we've noted that we do have concerns that the approval of this application could set a precedent for 2 tiers of development in the waterfront designation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Supplementary. Yes, I see it now. Now looking at it, you're correct. The other 45 acres has a piece that is on Gullwing Lake, whereas this one does not. So it has a small area that's zoned WR1 and then a large area OS2. This property is all OS2. All right, thank you. You've answered my question.
Okay, thank you. So committee, we've had Councilor Nishikawa suggesting we defer this for more information. I think what I need to do is find out if we are interested in that because I don't want to put that exercise in play if we are going to deny this application without that information. So who would like to see more information in a building envelope for this property? All right, so I am going to suggest that we are deferring this application. And Mr. Fauner, you understand what Councilor Nishikawa is looking for?
Yes, thank you. And I did, sorry, I hadn't fully answered her question. And I said, I was going to say that, yes, I don't object to a deferral. That's fine. Thank you.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Could I ask as well, if, for instance, there's going to be a location, could that be staked out at the property? So, for instance, if we were to do a drive-by, that we could actually have a better understanding of where that entrance could be, for instance. Just thinking it would help me quite a bit.
Yeah. Mr. Fauner, that's possible?
Yes, we could certainly do that. I will say that if committee feels that they want to defer it for a scoped EIS, for example, the window of opportunity for doing a full evaluation, we're probably coming to the end of that. So it may not be evaluated till the spring. So it might be some time before something is done. I just want to let you know, Ruth, that you won't be seeing flagging tape out there next week. So it's going to take some time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. And to Mr. Fauner's point, I'm just looking for some clarity on exactly what committee is looking for when the matter returns. I'm hearing clearly that there's a request for a building envelope to be identified on a site plan, for that building envelope to be approximately staked on the property in advance of it returning, and potentially a scoped environmental impact study. Am I hearing that correctly?
Would we like that impact study, the environmental impact study committee? Well, I think I've got 3 who want this. So can we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I would do that. So yes, Mr. Sharp and Mr. Fauner. All right, Councillor. I think that's good. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you. Are we looking at changing the RU2 to RUR? And if not, if we're leaving it with the RU2, would it be possible to have the commercial uses restricted on the RU2 at this point in time, just to let the owner know that that's the way that we're thinking? This is going to be a residential development.
Good point. All right, committee, would we like to restrict this to a residential development so that we all know what we're dealing with going forward? We would like that. All right, so Mr. Fauner, that will also apply for your client. Okay, so I think we've got everything in place. I believe we're all clear on that. So Mr. Fauner, we will see you back here at a future point in time.
Thank you. You'll also see me for the next application. Sorry.
No, I know that. So don't go very far. Okay. All right, now we're on to Terry and Ms. Crowder. I believe you're up and welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, members of committee. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3122ML, bylaw 2022-121 in the name of Terry. The subject property is known municipally as 130 Island R60, otherwise known as Tobin Island. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketches on pages 308 and 309 of the agenda package. The purpose of zoning bylaw 2022-121 is to provide exemptions from the minimum required side yard setback for a single-story boathouse, the minimum required side yard setback for a dock, and the maximum permitted single-story boathouse length to enable the redevelopment of a dock and a boathouse. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 24 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 submissions have been received to date. The following comments were received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Curtis Sivret, Planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, all stating that they have no objection to the application. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you once again. Stephen Fauner, Northern Bridgeton Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. Finally, an application without trees and bush. We have something a little bit different to look at anyways. And I appreciate Emily's comments and the ability that she was able to get out to the property on a really nasty day, actually. It was cold and windy, and I was unable to attend to the property on that particular day, and I hate to say I was quite happy not to. Anyways, I do have a PowerPoint presentation as usual, and I will try and get through it as quick as I can. Thank you. Yeah, so I think the proposal is outlined in the notice pretty clearly. We're primarily looking at a single-story boathouse addition as the primary thing here, plus the extension of the dock and the boathouse in a modest fashion to try and gain some additional lot depth or water depth. I'm sorry. Next. This is the overall property. I'm not going to get into. I'll show you more detail, of course, in a moment. But just this is one of those ones on the east side of Tobin's Island. There's a number of very, very deep lots, and I wouldn't say they have narrow frontage. This one has considerable frontage, but they're very, very deep lots. Next. So this is just coming into the proposed boathouse. I would just want to comment here. You'll notice the orientation of the cottage is actually over the south lot line. The Terrys also own the property immediately to the south. You'll also see in a photo a dock that is in front of the dwelling, but is actually on the other property. Because this is a water access property, you are allowed to have an accessory dock prior to the main permitted use. Next. So this is just focusing in. You can see the outline of the existing boathouse in the dashed lines. And I have a colored one on the next slide. It might be a little clearer. Next. So the existing boathouse is in the light blue or aqua color. That is the proposed boathouse is in the dark blue outline, and then we have the dock, which is in the red and the sort of pink outline. Next. And this is just showing the what the boathouse is going to look like primarily from the lake. So a fairly simple boathouse with just a slightly modified sort of hip roof on it to make it a little bit more interesting. Next. So this is a property as seen from the water, and you can see the dwelling, the dock with the chairs on it that is on the other property, and the boathouse. And you wouldn't know it from the water, but there is a lot line that is kind of diagonal. It goes right across this from one side to the other. Next. And again, this shows the boathouse the dwelling and the dock. Again, the dock is on a different lot. Next. And this is the subject boathouse itself. We're looking to come towards us, and we're also where that temporary awning is, that is going to be the additional slip, the boathouse addition. Next. And this is just from a slightly different angle. Next. And the boathouse itself, this is as seen from the shoreline near the dock. Next. And this is sort of where the lot line, I know it's hard to tell the angle, but almost not quite straight out, but slightly to the right is where the projected lot line goes in this particular case. So we are getting a little closer to the projected side lot line, but it doesn't impact the current ingress and egress to the boathouse in any way. Next. And this is showing over on the docks there, you'll see a crib under the water. He actually has a building permit to extend this dock. Next. So in terms of my analysis, again, the PPS, it's implied that, there's accessory structures along with the recreational dwelling. There's still going to be adequate side yard setbacks. The new slip itself addition is going to more than meet the side yard setback. Next. The closest dock to the south is 160 feet away, and the closest dock to the north is 1,500 feet away. So there isn't any issue with neighboring docks or neighboring boathouses. Next. Proposed lot coverage will be 7.5%, so well within the 10%. Water depths were taken on August 28th, and at the front of the slip it was only 12 inches, and at the rear is 26 inches. And in the proposed, once the proposed is built and extended out a bit, there'll be 34 inches at the rear of the south slip and 36 at the north slip. Next. So this is inside the boathouse in August, and this is the front of his boat. It is a 32-foot ditch burn actually that is in there, and there's only a foot of water in there. Next. And this is the rear of the boat, and I wanted to show this. He actually has to pull his boat back when the depths get shallower, and he can't close the opening to his boathouse. And for anyone who knows these boats, and I know this isn't necessarily a planning issue, but you can see the sun damage in the varnish on the rear of his boat. And again, it is a 32-foot ditch burn. Next. So in conclusions, I agree with staff that the increase in length of the boathouse really won't be perceived from the water. This is due to, the application is due in part to the shallow water depth. It's single story without a flat top. It is a hip roof, so no sun deck. And the side yard setback encroachments for the boathouse in particular is very, very small. It's about 50 square feet, if that. And the dock, it's a little bit more, but still really does not change things in any major way. And of course, there's lots of separation between shoreline structures. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know I don't know that we have anybody, Alex, who is here to speak for or against this application.
We don't know.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to turn it over to committee. Committee, any comments? Right, I'm going to read the resolution then. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-31/22 Terry, roll number 4-28-059 be approved. Any comments? All in favor? I believe that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Okay, Mr. Fauner, thank you.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our next one is Miko, and I believe that is Ms. Carter again. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3322ML, bylaw 2022-134 in the name of Miko. The subject property is known municipally as 1083 Trillium Road, Unit 2. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on pages 367 and 368 of the agenda package. The purpose of zoning bylaw 2022-134 is to permit the construction of a gym pavilion on a lot with an existing dwelling and sleeping cabin in the upper level of the boathouse. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 24 days in advance, and 3 submissions have been received to date. The following comments were received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Curtis DeVret, Planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, all stating that they have no objection to the application. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering approval of bylaw 2022-134, staff recommend the following: that a survey be prepared by a qualified Ontario land surveyor, which accurately depicts all lot dimensions and buildings or structures on the property, that any non-lawful buildings or structures be removed or brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw, that a minor amendment be approved to prohibit interior alterations to the proposed gym pavilion and to include the submitted floor plan as a schedule to bylaw 2022-134, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control to renaturalize and revegetate the property and shoreline buffer, and stipulate that the proposed building is to be used as a gym only. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. And I believe Ms. Markham is here as the agent on behalf of this application. Welcome, Ms. Markham.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Yes, Melissa Markham, Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, 44 King William Street, Unit A, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1G3. So I'm acting on behalf of the owner of the property, Andrew Michael, who is the owner. They've applied to permit a gym spa pavilion on the back of the property. And the purpose is to provide an exemption from section 3.45 of bylaw 2014-14 to permit a third habitable building on the subject lands. I think Ms. Crowder provided an accurate overview of the proposal, and we do agree with the recommendation that's being put forward in terms of approval for the habitable building. I'd like to thank staff for their positive staff report. Once again, the owners are proposing a gym spa building, which is in excess of 200 feet from the shoreline on the property. The property is currently developed with an existing dwelling and a 2-story boathouse and a dock. The property is very well vegetated and has been maintained in a natural state outside of the existing building envelopes. Once again, the building would be constructed at a setback greater than 60 meters or 200 feet from the shoreline. It's compatible with the surrounding and adjacent land uses and is in keeping with the character of the area. The requested amendment is to permit the use of the structure as an additional habitable building. Relief is not being sought for any other development. The applicant had originally proposed a larger structure on the building. However, following pre-consultation with the township staff, the proposal before you today is for a 750 square foot building. 650 square feet within that building is to be used as a gym. The owner and I have reviewed the staff report and agree that permitting this building is consistent with the PPS, conforms with the district and township official plan and bylaw. The proposal is appropriate for the development and represents good planning. However, I just have some concerns with regards to some of the recommendations being put forward by township staff. Once again, the proposed development is 200 feet from the waterfront and no other relief is being sought other than permission for a third habitable building, as a gym is being considered habitable in the bylaw. If the owners were proposing a detached garage, which would also include a bathroom, the owners would be able to get a building permit from the township and no planning application would be required. The owners would like this to be a gym, which is once again defined as habitable, and relief is required. Staff have recommended 4 items for committee's consideration today. Number 1 is a survey. Number 2 is removal of unlawful buildings or structures. Number 3 is interior alterations be prohibited to the gym and a floor plan be attached to the schedule. And number 4, that development be subject to site plan control. In regards to the first recommendation, this is with regards to a survey. There were additional buildings, a wood storage shed, and a screened-in porch are located within the shoreline of the property, and these were identified during a site visit. The shoreline structures are of a bylaw enforcement matter, and not the permissions for the third habitable building. One of the conditions would be a site plan agreement, and if those buildings were determined through that process that they do not comply, then there could be additional measures taken at that point. We are requesting today that a survey not have to be required and that the owner can determine how those buildings would be dealt with. As I mentioned, a screened-in porch, essentially 3 of the walls are screened, 1 is solid. It is used for, small children on the property, like a gazebo. The only difference in a definition of a gazebo is that 4 of the walls would be open. In this instance, 3 are. A gazebo is a permitted structure within the shoreline, 3 feet or 1 meter from the shoreline setback. So these are things that I think that we can deal with through township staff through a site plan update to the existing agreement on property. The second item is the removal of all these buildings. And as I mentioned, some of these buildings could be considered legal. It hasn't been determined if the woodshed is located within the required 35-foot setback, which is a site-specific provision for these properties. Once again, I think through site plan approval, we can deal with the location of these structures. The third item is with regards to prohibiting interior alterations to the proposed gym. The owners are amenable to including in the bylaw a maximum 750 square foot footprint for this building, and 650 of which to be a gym. However, through the Planning Act, there is no requirement, nor is there any procedure for regulating interior alterations of a building. Your own township site plan bylaw does regulate exterior. However, site plan and zoning bylaws cannot restrict the interior design of a property. We are asking for this recommendation to be removed. The fourth item, as I mentioned, is with regards to site plan control. The owners are amenable to this condition, and we are looking at going forward with that to locate the building on the property and also have the restriction that it only be used for a gym. Once again, we are respectfully requesting committee recommend approval of this application, and the bylaw as attached as 2022-134 to the agenda be forwarded for approval. Thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Markham. I don't believe, Alex, we have anybody who wants to speak for or against this from our public.
No, there isn't.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I am going to turn it over to committee. Committee comments on this? Councillor Zavitz?
Well, it's refreshing to see them finally come in front of us and ask for something after all. If you look at this file, this is incredible. This is probably exactly, if I look at the what I would call overdevelopment based on what permissions were granted for. I did notice a staff reco, and I might just be scrolling down here, that should committee be considering approval of the application that these matters be addressed, which is the transgressions, if you will, noted upon the site visit, completion of a survey and a necessary removal or relocation, reconfiguration of buildings, as well as a site plan process. Should the application not be approved or site plan control not be imposed, they are largely enforcement matters. So as a committee member, I'm at a loggerhead here. I wonder if staff could, enlighten me as to, clearly it would become a bylaw enforcement matter were we to this down. I go back to the beginning when staff makes their comment at the very beginning that were we to approve this, we should be imposing, a number of conditions, 1, 2, 3, 4 conditions. I don't know, Bryce, there you are, sir. Can you speak to that in terms of, this seems an unusually strange file to me. I've never seen, I don't think we've seen this to this extent, have we?
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, through you, and thank you, Councillor Zavitz, for your question. I will say that it was somewhat frustrating when we visited the property and realized that there were 2 additional structures that weren't otherwise indicated on the site plan. When we review these applications, we put quite a bit of time and effort into that. And when we went to the site and realized that there were these additional structures that sort of threw everything into flux, in particular, the one structure, without knowing the details, it could very well be considered a second sleeping cabin on the property. So there's already a sleeping cabin in the upper level of the two-story boathouse. So I think with respect to our first recommendation regarding a survey, it's just, the intention is to just get a handle on where exactly these buildings are on the property and to try to understand that. Our second recommendation is to either bring those buildings into compliance with the zoning bylaw if they don't comply, or otherwise to remove them. And then the third condition is with respect to the proposed building itself. The zoning bylaw, our zoning bylaw is a bit unique in that it considers a gym use a habitable room. So in other words, technically a sleeping cabin. And, I have heard sitting around this table on numerous occasions, what's the big deal with or what's the issue with permitting a gym if that is in fact the intended use. In this case, the applicant has come forward with an application, which is exactly, I think, what we want as planners, as landowners, to bring forward legitimate applications identifying what the proposed use is, and we'll evaluate those applications according to their individual merits. And I think the third recommendation that we're making with respect to the interior alterations and to include the floor plan as a schedule to the bylaw is really to tie things down and make it so that, this landowner has come forward with a proposal, and we're going to hold them to that so far as the bylaw is concerned. And the fourth recommendation is with respect to some site alteration that we viewed at the shoreline. It looks like there's been a beach area that's been created right at shore, and we've consistently recommended where those considerations are noted during a site visit that we aim to resolve them, work with landowners to resolve them when applications are submitted and those considerations are realized. So that, that's where staff is coming from with respect to, the various recommendations that we're making in this application. I see that Mr. Pink may wish to elaborate. Thank you.
Mr. Pink?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just wanted to add for the clarification of committee and the applicant, the first condition or recommended condition for a survey is not entirely related necessarily to the bylaw enforcement matter. However, when upon staff's review of the site and presence of these additional buildings, you'll see a revised site plan was submitted. It shows the one building as being well beyond 66 feet from the lake, and you can see on the pictures it's virtually on the shoreline. So I think what that did is really just call into question the entire accuracy of the site plan that's been submitted. So the requirement for a survey is not, as I say, entirely a bylaw enforcement matter. As for the applicant's agent's comments, it's more to ensure that the proposed gym building is in fact beyond 200 feet from the water, does in fact comply with lot coverage and all setbacks as indicated on the site plan, because it's clearly inaccurate. The building is clearly not well beyond 66 feet from the lake. So we just want to ensure that what's been submitted is in fact accurate. Just wanted to add that to Mr. Sharp's thorough comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, a follow-up, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you, and thank you, staff, for the clarification. So just as I understand the challenge in front of us, if we were to approve this, which I'm not feeling all that great about, if I approve it though, then we would impose the 4 dotted conditions. I'm excited about that. If we turn it down and it simply becomes bylaw, then I guess point back to David, do we still somehow have an ability to ask for a survey and get our arms around this property and a really good understanding of it for enforcement?
Sorry, Mr. Pink?
Thank you. Through you. I think it's important to make clear that staff is supportive of the application. I think really what's in front of you is whether a gym is appropriate on this property. Yes, other issues were discovered or came clear through the submission of the application. Staff's using the application process to address those issues. Should committee turn down the application, those are enforcement matters, and bylaw staff will deal with them as appropriate. However, should committee approve the application, there's an opportunity just to ensure that all is done in a cooperative manner before that time. So staff would look for those conditions to be met, say for the site plan, prior to bringing any positive recommendation to council. And we will ensure that those matters are addressed and can report in such a manner when the bylaw is in front of council.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, would you like to further comment?
No, sorry, I just forgot to turn my camera off. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much, Chair Bridgman. I guess I'm going to look to the applicant in particular here. I appreciate our staff for asking for the survey, asking for the building, asking for all this stuff, and all that's contingent on us allowing for a gym. Personally, I don't have an issue with the gym being built on a property, and I appreciate the fact that the applicant's actually applying for it to be a gym and not hiding it as a garage. I think we need to potentially update our zoning bylaw to what we consider habitable and maybe allow for some different definitions in some small buildings these days. But I'm going to look to the applicant because I would have preferred, and I would prefer this application, even being forwarded through this committee, to have items 1, 2, and 4 already dealt with, meaning go get a survey done, show us the accurate location of the building so we can do an appropriate site plan, deal with our bylaw officer and make sure that the non-lawful buildings have come into compliance, then they're not part of this. And then from a site plan control, obviously our staff have noted some issues with the property, deal with those issues with our staff. And then we're going to come back and we're going to deal with one issue and one issue only. And that's allowing for a gymnasium. And from the reality being, if we're going to call it a gym and it's going to be a 750 square foot gym or 650 square foot, then you don't need a wall in the middle of it. And the interior site alteration should be moot, that we should be able to put within the application. So as I'm saying, first and foremost, I want to try and deal with the survey, the non-lawful buildings, deal with that with staff over the next couple of months, then come back to council and committee and hopefully get your approval, because that would be my recommendation. I can deal with all those things up front and then the supplemental to call a gymnasium non-habitable. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, do you want to comment before I go on to Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I think the intent of staff's first two quote unquote conditions, if you want to call them that, would be to, deal with that prior to third reading. Or so in other words, prior to bringing the matter back to council. So we'd have clarity going forward at that time. Thank you.
Just a supplemental, Madam Chair, and that's, I appreciate it, but once it passes this committee with those requirements, I'd like to have those requirements done before it passes this committee. And I think that's just my high level, because there's a direction provided. It's not first and second reading or first committee going to council, and deal with these first, and then more than happy to deal with them a more wholesome application. Thanks.
Okay, I'll get a reading on that shortly. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Similar to Councillor Harding, or Mayor Harding, sorry. When I first saw this application, I was pleased that they came forward and were honest about wanting to have a gym, because again, we'd seen structures go up and called storage and all kinds of different things, and they don't end up being that. So I appreciate that, but the hardscaping of this property concerns me a lot, and I realize that that's not part of this application necessarily. It's a bylaw issue, but it really concerns me. So I would be hard pressed to approve this today, not having, as was mentioned, the survey and other things. And yes, normally we would see that prior to third reading. I don't want to see, I want to see going forward us having everything at planning that's possible. Then, but I'm really concerned about the hardscaping of this particular property. And as I said, I didn't have issues with the gym.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to compliment staff with this application, the way they brought it forward. First of all, they didn't recommend approval. They said, should committee consider recommending? And secondly, they brought in 4 conditions, which I thought was very good. And so I'm going to fully support staff's approach on this. And I'm comfortable in trusting staff that they will carry those out and make sure everything's in place prior to third reading. So once again, great job.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I would, and I'd definitely go for site plan control. And we get so many applications with stuff that's not marked on, and that I'm looking at figure 9, it's looks like a sleeping cabin or something, but you know, the agent should know that they have to put everything on, the woodshed, everything else like that. And that it's different if it's a person bringing their own, but these agents should know that. We should be making it, I guess, quite well known when they come in with their applications, they sign off that everything is on there. And that, because it just puts us through a real ringer on this, but I would go for all the conditions and site plan. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with Mayor Harding and Councillor Nishikawa. I would like to see the issues that staff brought forward done before we decide what to do with the gym. I think it's a great idea. I would support a gym, but I want the other stuff cleaned up first. And I think that the heavy lifting has to be done at committee level, not take it forward to council and hope that everything gets done. So I would support a deferral so that this can all be taken care of, and then we'll see it again at a future planning meeting.
Okay, so I'm getting clear indication that that is what we would all like. Can I get a show of hands here? So we are going to defer this then, and as Mayor Harding summarized, look for a cleanup of everything except the gym when it comes back to us. All right, so that's good. Mr. Sharp? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Markham.
Thank you, everybody. Have enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you. So committee, we have, I know it's 12:15. I realize that we have 2 applications coming back to us. I'm guessing it's not going to take much time, but that's a guess. So I am wondering if you would prefer a 10-minute break right now, and then hopefully we'll be done by 1, so we don't have a whole hour lunchtime. But I'm at the will of committee. Would we prefer to just carry on through then, and we'll just take a quick break right now?
No, okay. I don't even think we need a break. I don't need a break.
I do. And
okay.
I'm chair. There you go. So, okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. How's that? We'll be back at 12:25.
It's the last chance you get to say that.
That's true. Okay. Could I get everybody back now, please?
Chair Bridgman.
Yes.
Councillor Robert just called me to let me know that the power went out at his place, which is why he's not on. So if the staff could just look to let him back in once his generator is back up and running, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. I hope that's just localized, that power outage. Okay, committee, I think we're back again, and I believe, Mr. Soya, you are up with our next Carroll. Our next, this is a unfinished business. We may not have Mr. Soya back yet. And I would suggest we go on to the next one, but it's Mr. Soya's too. So we'll just wait a second.
Wonder if, I believe Mr. Soya is working from home today and he may be close to Mr. Roberts. The power is probably out in that area. I don't know if Mr. Sharp is more familiar with the file than I. However, I can quickly introduce it. From my recollection of it, essentially it was a zoning amendment that was deferred by council for some further information regarding the floodplain and details on the proposed building. The applicant has now provided that, confirmed that the development is outside the floodplain, and has provided elevations and floor plans of said dwelling. Those revised drawings are on your agenda, and we do have the applicant here to speak of it. Staff is generally supportive of the request. I don't know if Mr. Sharp again has anything further to add.
No, I think Mr. Pink did a good summary. I see that Ms. Gibbs, the applicant's agent, is here as well, so she may wish to speak to some of the changes. I did just get a text from Mr. Soya. I believe his power is out, so we're working on getting him back online here. Thank you.
Okay, it's an ongoing story, right, with IT and power. Ms. Gibbs, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us back today on this recalled application. I believe that, Lisa Gibbs from the Permit Guy, 35 Covered Bridge Trail in Bracebridge, P1L1Y1. Yes, we are back today to speak regarding a property on Fairley Park Road. Mr. Soya's report that I believe you've all reviewed summarizes the revised proposal in its entirety. What I'm going to do is just highlight a few points. I sent in a presentation slide. I'm hoping we can put that up just to show again some of the points that I wanted to go over today. Perfect. So the proposed cottage will match the size and the usage of the neighboring properties and will comply with all the yard setbacks, the lot coverage, and the height restrictions. It'll be built above the floodline elevation, as we've now shown on the revised site plan, as well as in an area where the existing vegetation is mostly immature trees. The shoreline vegetation on this property will be retained in its entirety, and the owners plan to fortify the existing landscape by revegetating the south and the east property lines, as well as some infill plantings on the front side of the cottage. I believe that Mr. Soya's report suggested that we go through site plan approval for this. So during that process, we will show in more detail the plantings that we are proposing, both on the shoreline as well as the south and east side. Following the December meetings, there was comments from the committee as well as from neighbors regarding the window directions and privacy. Following this, we reoriented the cottage, so the majority of the windows are now facing directly towards the lake, and there are smaller windows now on the sides of the cottage. That being said, the neighbor to the east is also more than 80 feet away, and the neighbor to the west is a family cottage. So we think that these two items, as well as the reorientation of the cottage, has addressed the privacy issues quite well. And again, I will mention the owners very much do like trees, so there will be a significant amount of revegetation on the property where there are sparse areas. Other than that, I believe everything was contained in the new package, elevations and updated site plan, but if there's any questions, I'm here and happy to answer. Thank you very much for your time again.
I see I needed to unmute. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Committee, any questions, any comments? Don't think so. All right. I'm going to read the motion then. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendments at BA-44/21, Carroll, roll number 4-17-103 be approved subject to the following: that the property be made subject to site plan control, and that a minor amendment to bylaw 2021-121 be approved to update the bylaw with the revised site plan. Any comments? All in favor? Carries unanimously, I believe. Mr. Clerk? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. So, Mr. Sharp, I think I'm looking, oh, Mr. Sawyer is back online. Welcome back, Mr. Sawyer.
Hello, thank you, Chair Bridgman. I was able to log back on. Sorry about that. Thank you to our staff for covering me. Sorry, was there a question that was asked or?
No, we're actually moving on now to Melman. So we finished with the other ones. So if you don't mind, you can just introduce it. Perfect.
So last month, severance applications and concurrent zoning bylaw amendment applications, ZBA 1922 in the name of 2622551 Ontario Inc. and also Melman and also Maccormack were deferred by Planning Committee. Prior to further consideration, Planning Committee requested that the Township Solicitor be consulted regarding an active court application by the owners of 1158 Randwood Road, Unit 23, against the owner of Unit 21 in relation to the above referenced applications. Consultation with the Township Solicitor was requested in order to assist in determining whether committee can proceed with consideration of decisions on these planning applications prior to the court application being decided upon. The applications involve 3 abutting properties. All are accessed by the private road known as 1158 Randwood Road. The easterly property is identified on this road as unit number 15. The central property is unit number 17, and the westerly property is identified as unit 21. Each contain a dwelling and accessory structures, and the purpose and effect of the applications is to reconfigure lot lines and to grant rights of way and easements for the purpose of access, construction, repair, and maintenance of utilities, waterworks, and private services over the subject lands in favor of the 3 lots. The lot line reconfiguration involves the severance of 5 parcels of land and their subsequent merger with one of the other abutting lots. One of the purposes of
I think we just lost him again. So, Mr. Sharp, how are you at picking that up right there?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not exactly sure where to pick off here. I think Sam is going into quite a bit of detail with respect to his presentation.
So maybe sorry, Mr. Sharp, maybe I could suggest, this was just in front of us last month. I feel that I've got a pretty good recall on that. Maybe we could ask councillors what they would like answered by you before we turn it over to the agent. Would that be easier?
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, thank you. I had asked last month, I see one of the propane tanks is 0 feet from the lot line. I believe there's TSSA do have setbacks from property lines, and that I was asked for that to be checked, and I don't think it's been done. And that because they're fairly strict with propane tanks, and it depends on the size and everything else like that, what the setback is. And we shouldn't be going against another agency's recommendations. That is not recommendations. It's a definite setback.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Let's see. Perhaps that's going to have to be satisfied when it comes to council. But I see Director Pink has his hand up.
Thank you. Just to respond to that question through you, I believe Mr. Soya was going to relay in his presentation that was inadvertently omitted or missed in the staff report. However, we do have a draft resolution should committee be considering approval of the consents that will require any propane or the propane tanks on the resultant lot to be brought into compliance with any TSSA standards. So that can be addressed. We have that prepared in the draft resolution. I think really to summarize, I can't recall exactly where Mr. Soya left off, but essentially committee members hopefully recall the details of very technical applications, but essentially just a number of lot line adjustments and easements. Committee deferred the application to ensure that the ongoing court matter does not implicate the applications, and we have heard from the township solicitor and has raised no concerns with proceeding with the applications. I think that essentially sums it up, and look forward to hearing from the applicants, and I believe there's other members who wish to speak as well, and staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pink. Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Shantz. I'm not sure who's speaking first.
Madam Chair, Bob List, 103 South Bank Drive, Bracebridge, Papa 1 Lima, 1 Golf 3. I'm here today, Madam Chair, with Paul Shantz from the legal firm of Denton's, as well as Barbara Grossman, both legal counsel for the numbered company that owns unit number 21, as well as Jason Melman, who owns unit number 17. Also on the line is Tony Melman, who's the principal of the numbered company. And we're all available to answer any questions should committee have any. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a brief update. But in particular, I'd like to thank the staff for their updated staff report and their positive recommendation, including the matter that was brought up, I believe, by Councillor Edwards about the propane tanks, and staff and we had acknowledged that that should be handled by a condition that would require the TSSA to sign off and or have any offending tanks removed or relocated on the properties as a condition of approval. With respect to the applications, Mr. Soya did state that, and Mr. Pink as well, that there are two purposes essentially in general to the applications. The first is to realign the lots, all of them, in order primarily to consolidate the on-site recreational facilities at the rear of the existing lots onto one central lot, that being unit number 17. Also corollary to that is a lot addition where the existing parking area used by number 17 is located on 21, and it's to be transferred to unit number 17, a small area, and another small area on unit 17, which is to be transferred to unit number 15, where some accessory facilities for 15 are currently located, and they would become part and parcel of unit number 15. Those are the severance applications in general that are affixed to the application. The other purpose is the creation of new easements over these lots. Again, there are two purposes for those easements in general. First of all, to provide and create an alternative, contiguous, legally titled right-of-way in favor of unit number 21 over unit 17 and current unit 15 for the eastern, which would provide an easterly legal right-of-way access to unit number 21. This is desirable from client's point of view in case the court proceeding determines that the existing right-of-way, that unit number 21 is not correct and it should fail, then this will provide an alternate access through the east for unit number 21 to use. If a settlement agreement is arranged between the parties of unit number 23, the objector to this, and the unit owner number 21, then it's my understanding, and that if that goes forward, that the old access over unit number 23 would be abandoned by the unit owner of number 21 in favor of this new right-of-way, should you as committee agree to create it. The second purpose in the easements is to provide additional easements over the properties to recognize the existing location as well as new locations of the utilities that service primarily unit 21, but also unit 17, to ensure that those services can be link the sewage works and water works currently servicing unit 21 via a new right-of-way over unit 17. Currently, those works are located within the limits of unit number 23, the abutting property. And as part of the discussion with the abutting property owner, those services may have to be removed and or cut off. And if that's the case, then the new easements, which hopefully you will favorably consider, will provide an access route for the maintenance, construction of replacement facilities to connect those utilities for each of the lots concerned. There are no direct impacts on unit number 23 as a result of the applications. The indirect impact on unit number 23, as I mentioned, would facilitate the abandonment potential of the existing right-of-way that unit 21 has over unit 23 if the committee grants the new easements to the east. And it will also provide for the relocation of the utility connections off of unit 23 onto unit 17 to service unit 21, as I previously indicated. The matter of the propane issue has been addressed, I believe, by the imposition of a condition, which I believe is in the resolution, as Mr. Pink indicated. I was also advised this morning that there was a letter from the objector, unit number 23 next door. And after reading the letter, I'm of the firm opinion that the objection as worded actually supports the applications as submitted before you for the reasons that I already spoke to. Firstly, an opportunity to establish an alternate new contiguous legal access in favor of unit number 21 to the east over units 17 and 15. If you approve, the requested easement will provide for a new access to service unit number 21 over those two units rather than going out over unit number 23. And secondly, an opportunity to establish other easements on the site to provide the movement of the utilities currently located in or under unit number 23 would be possible through the granting of the easements should you deem the approval of same appropriate. The easements as submitted, if approved, would address, therefore, the concerns of the, partially address the concerns of the objectors, would not contribute to any overburdening of the property of unit number 23 and relieve any existing potential overburdening on unit number 23. That's the conclusion of my presentation, Madam Chair, unless Ms. Grossman or Mr. Shantz wish to add anything to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. List. Would either one of those people want to add anything more? I think we have a pretty good overview here. All right, so is Alex, do we have anybody who wants to, actually, that's not the case. I believe we have here Mr. To get my notes back. Right, just give me a minute. So I do not believe that we have anybody else registered to speak on this. Mr. Nasseri, would you like to say something?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. I was here at the last meeting as well, speaking on behalf of the owners of Unit 23, the Dime Walker family. Firstly, let me apologize to council if I sound raspy. I'm recovering from a bout of COVID-19 that was given to me at my own wedding. So unfortunately, I'm going to be brief. There should be two follow-up letters that would have been received from my colleague Mark Ross yesterday, stating objections to the proposal, at least that they're currently framed. I'm going to be brief in my comments. I'll firstly say our objection at the last meeting and the one that we're maintaining today was on the basis of an existing court proceeding, a notice of application that my clients, the Diamond Walker family, the owners of Unit 23, have issued against Mr. Melman as owner of Unit 21. I would reiterate that the relief sought in that application includes a declaration that the right-of-way that Unit 21 enjoys over Unit 23 with respect to pedestrian and vehicular access on the Dimes driveway be deleted, and for findings that the right-of-way has been extinguished, or in the alternative, a finding that the right-of-way has been overburdened. So that is a live and active issue before the Superior Court of Justice. The application also asks for an order from the court requiring Mr. Melman to remove underground servicing that traverses underneath my client's property, but which services Unit 21. Now, at the last meeting, I said that it would be imprudent to allow applications before you while there's an ongoing court procedure. And I didn't purport to make comments on the merits of my application. I know that Mrs. Grossman, Mr. Melman's lawyer, did that. She dove into the merits. She talked about why our application was doomed to fail. But I would echo the wise comments of one of the councillors last time, which is your role is not really to sit here and listen to lawyers spar. This isn't a full hearing on the evidence. And so us telling you what we think about the merits of the ultimate application doesn't really help you. A court's going to decide the ultimate application, regardless of how many reasons I can tell you why my clients are right or why Mrs. Grossman may say that her client is right. Evidence hasn't been fully exchanged. It hasn't been tested. We aren't in front of a court. My point is that there are live issues that overlap between the court application and what Mr. Melman is trying to do in these applications. That's why it would be inadvisable for this committee to approve the applications before it, without at least conducting a full and robust investigation or some kind of hearing, or getting some stronger assurances and something better than the sketches that we've seen to date. Now, again, my colleague, Mr. Ross, sent two letters to the committee yesterday. And starting with the second one, I would again just reiterate that on the basis of Mr. Melman's own sketch, his new route for utility lines is extremely close to the Dime property line. We don't know how close it is or how it will affect their property because we only have a sketch. We don't have proper drawings. We also note that the Dime generator and propane tank are on Unit 21, Mr. Melman's property, at or near the point where he wishes to have servicing terminate for Units 15, 17, and his own Unit 21. He's applying for easements to permit new servicing for those three addresses, but is doing nothing to address Unit 23's property rights. And again, with respect to the overburdening issue, I hear what my friend is saying, that there's going to be alternate access routes. That's not clear on the face of the sketches. On the face of the application, it appears that the Unit 15 and 17 owners will be using the access that only Unit 21 ostensibly has over Unit 23 for their servicing needs. So the very easement that we already say is overburdened or should be extinguished will be even more overburdened if people are going to be accessing our driveway for repairs and maintenance that benefit Units 15 and 17. So that's one of the points that we're making. And again, we're not saying that these applications or some form of them can never be approved, but if they're approved right now while there's ongoing legal issues and without proper detailed drawings that address our concerns, then you risk not only something that's inconsistent with how a court will view the issues, but the litigation itself may be complicated, and the owners of units 15 and 17 may have to be dragged into litigation, as we may need orders that bind them as well. So at the very least, I would ask for a deferral until there are fully accurate drawings and not just rough sketches that are provided that address our concerns about overburdening with respect to the service lines and how utilities and staff will access them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Do we have any comment? Oh, Mr. Sawyer, welcome back again.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and I apologize once more. I believe I'm back for good now. I just wanted to quickly jump in and just state that I did not have a chance to, and I believe Mr. Henke, who I believe introduced the application, wouldn't have had this in front of him, didn't have a chance to just mention the additional comments that have been received. I know that we've already heard from the Dime and Walker representative with regards to their concerns, but there was this additional letter that was provided, and it included, it was just provided yesterday, and it included these additional attachments with regards to the some specifics about showing the right-of-way, showing a survey of that portion of that would cross the neighboring property in favor of Unit 21. Then there had also been a letter from the lawyer representing the applicant, just stating expressing disagreement and that the outcome of the court application and vice versa, the decisions on the planning applications would not in any way influence or prejudge the outcomes of these separate applications. So I think we're hearing those same arguments being made, but other than that, there have not been any other public comments received, and there have not been any additional requirements from township departments or anything like that required. I would just like to note that there was a concern about the proximity of propane tanks to a driveway. The propane tanks are would be located on resultant lot number 2, and the propane tanks, the zoning bylaw amendment would permit a 0-foot setback from that resulting property line, which is also in close proximity to a driveway on resultant unit 15. And staff have recommended that a condition be added to require just confirmation that all safety requirements are satisfied with regards to the location of those propane tanks. And if committee is considering approval, an alternate resolution has been prepared if that should be the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I can sum this up quickly. In terms of our legal counsel has really said that the lawsuit that's going on between Unit 21 and the neighbor is not impacting us at all. And so what we have in front of us is basically a realignment of these 3 lots. Is that, Mr. Sawyer, is that pretty well what I'm getting from all of this?
So the discussions with our township solicitor, the opinion that we received back did state that there did not appear to be any any impacts from these decisions on the court application, and that these easements pertain to these 3 lots. Just checking here to see if there was anything else that I should mention. Yes, specifically, I'd advise there's no indication that a court decision would change any land use planning considerations regarding the applications which are before committee again today.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important that was stated. So, all right, I'm going to turn this over to committee. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions. As I understand it, the application is being made by Unit 15, 17, and 21. Could I find out from Mr. Nasseri what unit you represent?
Mr. Nasseri?
Certainly. I represent the owners of Unit 23. That's the Dime Walker family.
Okay.
And Unit 21 has an easement over the driveway of Unit 23. And that's part of the, yeah.
That's fine. So you're not representing an applicant. Okay.
No, thank you.
So here's my concern, and I'm confused now what our legal liability might be. And it would seem to me that are we safeguarded by the 3 applicants if in fact any action we take here causes a liability to us? And that's my concern, that there's a dispute obviously here, and I just want to make sure that before we act, that if Unit 23 they don't name us in any action in any way, or if they do, that we're protected by that. So or is there an assurance that can be given, or Mr. Nasseri, can you say your client is okay with us doing this? I heard you say you weren't.
No, I can't provide that assurance. On the contrary, Councillor, my whole point was that if on the basis of what these applications are now, it gets approved, I don't know how complicated future litigation is going to get or what steps are going to be taken. That was part of my point, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So then my request to staff would be to make sure the legal opinion we have indicates that we would not be liable in any way by taking this action, because that's not what I heard. I heard the legal opinion was that the legal action won't have any effect on the severance. So I just want to make sure we're not getting into an area here, or would the applicants be prepared to hold us harmless? In other words, indemnify us in some way.
So, Councillor Jaglowitz, I had a different interpretation. I thought our legal letter basically said that we are free and clear here because this is a dispute between 2 neighbors. It has nothing to do with us, but so Mr. Pink, as acting clerk, I have a question for you. Can you give us a little more clarification on that or just comment on it?
I'll do my best. I don't know how much I can help other than to say, I think in response to Councillor Jaglowitz's question, I think that in essence is what our legal counsel is advising us, is that these applications do not appear to be related. The applications before you do not appear to be related and you can proceed. However, I don't think any lawyer or staff would be able to guarantee or promise you that the municipality won't be named in any way in the future either. As Mr. Nasseri's pointed out, it's impossible to tell where this process will go. However, I think, again, in our legal counsel's opinion, we're within our authority to continue to review these applications and make a decision. Ultimately, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, likely the applicants, we've exceeded our timelines, would have the ability to appeal a non-decision. If you were to approve the applications, the naming property owner would have the right to appeal that decision, and ultimately perhaps the tribunal will determine, ultimately at the end of the day, the relation with respect to the court matter. But again, it's our legal counsel's opinion that it's not related based on the files that he's reviewed.
Okay, Councillor Ishikawa.
Thank you. I'm just going to comment, and David actually said what my concerns were, that in fact we are here to talk about the planning requirements or requests on this property. The other is a private property matter that in fact we don't get involved with. And so based on what has been presented today, I would be willing to move this forward and ask to do so. I don't believe there's any further requirements to delay the application. And I would be very concerned that if we did, that could bring harm to our township by saying that we didn't act on something when we had the information in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and I'm not going to repeat everything, but I think we need to move forward. I think I'm satisfied from what I've heard of the legal opinion that we got, that as long as we stick to matters within our authority, stick to principles of good planning, we should be making this decision now. As amusing as it might be to listen to the whole case, I don't think it has anything to do with us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments, committee? Otherwise, I'm going to read the motion. All right. Moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B/17/18/19/20/21/22 ML 2622551 Ontario Inc. Melman, Maccormack, roll number 5-9-056. 5-9-057, 5-9-058 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description of each severed lot together with any required rights of way and easements be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, along with a registered copy of the reference plans. That subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance. That a legal undertaking be submitted in order to confirm that all concurrent and related severances B/17/18/19/20/21/22 ML will be finalized and registered, and that each severed lot will merge in title with the lot it is being added to upon registration of the transfers or deeds. The confirmation be received that each resultant lot can be serviced by individual on-site septic systems, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That the access for resultant lot 3, unit number 21, 2622551 Ontario Inc. be reviewed with the Public Works Department to confirm accurate mapping and addressing for the provision of emergency services. That zoning approval be obtained to permit any resulting non-compliant lot coverage or deficient setbacks for existing building structures from reconfigured lot lines and from proposed right-of-ways, and the confirmation be received that the propane tanks on resultant lot number 2, unit number 17, Melman, are in compliance with all applicable safety regulations, and that the tanks be relocated if required or removed. Okay. Any comments? Okay, all in favor? I believe that's unanimous. Mr. Clerk? Okay, that carries. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-19/22 2622551 Ontario Inc. Melman Maccormack, roll number 5-9-056, 5-9-057, 5-9-058 be approved subject to a minor amendment to update bylaw 2022-080 with lot coverage amounts of 6,100 square feet, that's 11%, and 5,740 square feet, that's 11%, on resultant lot 2, Melman, and resultant lot 3, 2622551 Ontario Inc. respectively, along with corresponding updates to Schedule 2. Any discussion? All in favor? I believe that's unanimous again, Mr. Clerk. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee, and your worship. Really appreciate your considerations. Thank you.
Okay, have a good day. Okay, so we don't have any site plans. We don't have anything here, I believe, except for new business. Any new business? Seeing none, and you've got your OLT status update. Nothing on that. No committee in closed session. So before we adjourn, this is my final planning committee meeting, and I want to thank all of you. It's been a real honor for me to be chair of this committee and to work with Mr. Pink and the planning staff and Mr. Kennedy, his bylaw, and Mr. Snyder and building. It's a terrific group, and I wish everybody all the best going forward. So I will now read our adjournment. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 1:06 p.m. and the next regular Planning Committee meeting be held on Thursday, December 15th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. Further, be it resolved that the Special Planning Committee meeting scheduled for tomorrow, Friday, October 14th, 2022 at 9 a.m. be cancelled as it is no longer necessary. All in favor? Okay, thank you all committee, and go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Barb, for your superb job at chair. It was fantastic and appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure working with you. Honor to clerk your last meeting.
Yeah, that was great.
You did a good job in this part.
Okay, thanks everyone.